There comes a moment when the mind becomes tired of carrying what the heart never had the strength to release. The worries you hide during the day return when everything becomes quiet. The conversations you replay, the mistakes you cannot change, the future you keep trying to control, and the invisible pressure to remain strong even when something inside you is asking for peace. You may have learned how to survive difficult days, how to keep moving when you felt uncertain, how to smile while your thoughts were pulling you in different directions. But surviving is not the same as being free. A person can appear calm on the outside while fighting 1,000 battles within, not because the mind is broken, but because it has been carrying too much for too long. The Stoics understood this struggle. They knew that the heaviest burdens are not always created by what happens to us, but by the meaning we continue to give it. They taught that the past cannot reach you unless your thoughts keep bringing it back, that the future cannot frighten you unless your imagination keeps living there, and that peace begins when you stop demanding control over everything outside you and return your attention to what still belongs to you: your judgment, your response, your next decision, your willingness to release what cannot be changed. This is not about ignoring your problems. It is not about pretending pain does not exist. It is about learning how to stand beside your thoughts without being dragged away by them, how to let emotions pass without turning them into permanent truths, how to breathe without feeling responsible for solving your entire life in one night. For the next 4 hours, you do not need to prove anything. You do not need to defend the past, predict the future, or carry the expectations of the world. You only need to listen, to slow down, to allow the wisdom of Stoicism to guide your mind away from fear, regret, resentment, and unnecessary struggle. Tonight, you will begin putting down the weight piece by piece, not through force, not through escape, but through understanding. And perhaps, by the time this journey ends, you will realize something powerful. Your mind was never asking you to fight harder. It was asking you to finally let go. The weight begins to lift when you understand that not everything was ever yours to carry. You have spent enough time trying to change minds that were already made up, correct choices that were not yours, and protect people from lessons they needed to learn for themselves. You may have called it love, loyalty, concern, or responsibility. Yet beneath all those names was a quiet struggle, the belief that peace would only come when other people finally behaved the way you believed they should. This is where much of the mind's exhaustion begins. You want someone to listen, but they refuse. You want a family member to make a wiser decision, but they keep choosing the same painful path. You want a friend to appreciate your effort, a partner to understand your feelings, or an adult child to follow your advice. When they do not, your mind begins working harder. You explain again. You warn them. You replay the conversation. You search for better words. You wonder what else you could say to make them see what seems so clear to you. But another person's mind is not a door you can force open. The Stoics understood that freedom begins by separating what belongs to you from what does not. Your words belong to you. Their reaction does not. Your honesty belongs to you. Their opinion does not. Your effort belongs to you. Their gratitude does not. You can offer guidance, but you cannot control whether it is accepted. You can show kindness, but you cannot decide whether it will be valued. You can behave with patience, but you cannot command another person to meet you with the same maturity. The moment you forget this difference, concern turns into control. Control does not always look harsh. Sometimes it looks like repeated advice. Sometimes it appears as constant checking, rescuing, reminding, correcting, or worrying. You may believe you are helping, but inside you are trying to prevent an outcome that frightens you. You want to save someone from failure because their pain will also affect you. You want them to choose correctly so you can finally relax. That means your peace has become dependent on their obedience. This is a dangerous place for the mind to live. You wake up wondering what they will do next. Your mood changes according to their behavior. When they make a poor decision, you feel personally defeated. When they ignore your warning, you feel disrespected. Their life begins controlling your inner condition, even when they are nowhere near you. Stoicism asks you to return ownership to the right person. Their choices belong to them. Their consequences belong to them. Their growth, timing, mistakes and understanding also belong to them. This does not mean becoming cold or uncaring. It means loving people without trying to live their lives for them. It means allowing them the dignity of making decisions, even when those decisions are different from the ones you would make. Real love does not always prevent struggle. Sometimes it stands nearby without interfering. There are lessons people cannot receive through your words. They must meet those lessons through experience. You may clearly see the trouble ahead because you have walked that road before. You may feel desperate to stop them. Still, wisdom cannot always be transferred. A warning may be offered, but it cannot be forced into another person's character. Some people only understand fire after feeling its heat. Your duty is not to burn beside them simply because they refused your warning. You can care without collapsing. You can remain available without becoming responsible for every result. You can say, "I have shared what I believe. The decision is now yours." These words are not abandonment. They are an honest recognition of the limits of your power. The need to control others often grows from fear. You fear losing them. You fear being blamed. You fear watching them suffer. You fear that their decision may disturb your own life. The mind then creates an illusion. If you think enough, speak enough, or worry enough, perhaps you can guarantee the outcome. But worry has never been a form of control. It only makes you experience possible pain before anything has happened. It takes tomorrow's uncertainty and places it inside today. You become tired from fighting events that may never occur and decisions that have not yet been made. Meanwhile, the person you are worrying about continues living, often unaware of the storm taking place inside you. You deserve to notice this pattern without judging yourself. The desire to control may have begun as protection. Perhaps you were the one who always had to solve problems. Maybe your family depended on you. Perhaps past mistakes taught you to stay alert. You learned that if you did not manage everything, something would go wrong. That habit may have helped you survive an earlier season. But what once protected you can later imprison you. You are allowed to stop being the manager of everyone's life. You are allowed to let adults face adult consequences. You are allowed to refuse the role of rescuer when helping only keeps another person from taking responsibility. You are allowed to step back without explaining yourself endlessly. The Stoic response is simple, but it requires practice. Before reacting to someone's decision, pause and ask, what is actually mine to do? Perhaps your part is to speak honestly once. Perhaps it is to set a boundary. Perhaps it is to offer practical help without taking over. Perhaps it is to remain silent. Perhaps it is to leave the situation entirely. Once you have acted with reason and integrity, the remaining outcome must be released. Releasing the outcome does not mean you stop hoping. It means hope is no longer mixed with demand. You can wish for someone to change without insisting that your peace must wait until they do. You can desire reconciliation without chasing a person who refuses accountability. You can pray for someone, support them, and still accept that their path is not yours to command. This is how the mind becomes lighter, not because everyone around you suddenly changes, but because you stop requiring them to change before you permit yourself to be calm. Someone may misunderstand you. Let them hold their opinion. Someone may reject good advice. Let experience become their teacher. Someone may choose a path you would never choose. Let them own the journey. Their freedom includes the right to make choices you dislike, just as your freedom includes the right to decide how close you will stand to those choices. Boundaries are where acceptance and self-respect meet. You do not need to control a difficult person in order to protect yourself from them. You only need to control your access, your response, your time, and your participation. Instead of demanding that they stop speaking disrespectfully, you can end the conversation when disrespect begins. Instead of begging them to become reliable, you can stop depending on promises they repeatedly break. Instead of waiting for them to recognize your worth, you can stop placing your worth in their hands. This is the quiet power of Stoicism. It does not teach you to rule other people. It teaches you to rule yourself. And when you finally return your attention to your own choices, something changes. The noise begins to settle. The endless arguments inside your head lose their purpose. You no longer carry the burden of correcting every person, preventing every mistake, or controlling every ending. You become responsible for your character, not the entire world. That responsibility is smaller, clearer, and far more powerful. And once you stop carrying responsibility for other people's decisions, another kind of weight becomes easier to notice. The burden created by everything your own mind keeps leaving open. Some tasks take only a few minutes to complete, yet they can occupy the mind for days. A message you have not answered, a decision you keep postponing, a conversation you know must happen, a promise you made to yourself but continue to avoid. None of these things may seem large on their own, but unfinished thoughts rarely remain small. They follow you into quiet moments, interrupt your rest, and return whenever your attention is no longer busy. The task is often not what exhausts you. It is the repeated thinking about the task. You wake up remembering it. You carry it through the day. You tell yourself you will deal with it later. Then later arrives, and you move it again. Each delay adds another layer of pressure. The mind must keep reminding you because it does not trust that the matter has been handled. What could have required one clear action becomes a background noise that never fully stops. This is why a short, unfinished duty can feel heavier than a long, completed one. The Stoics valued action because they understood that hesitation can become its own form of suffering. The mind wants certainty before beginning. It wants the perfect time, the right mood, the complete plan, and the guarantee that everything will go well. But life rarely provides those conditions. When you wait for total readiness, you often remain trapped between knowing what must be done and refusing to begin. That space is mentally expensive. Part of your attention stays connected to the unfinished matter. Even while doing something else, a piece of your mind remains behind, checking it, reviewing it, and warning you not to forget. This divided attention makes ordinary days feel crowded. You may believe you are tired because you have too much work, when the deeper problem is that too many things are mentally open. The mind was not designed to store every intention forever. It needs completion, clarity, or a conscious decision to release what will not be done. There is a difference between an unfinished task and an unfinished thought. A task may simply be waiting for the right time. An unfinished thought has no clear place. You have not decided when to act, whether to act, or what the next step should be. Because there is no decision, the mind keeps returning to it. It is searching for an ending that you have not provided. This can happen with practical matters. You need to book an appointment, repair something, organize a document, return an item, or make a payment. But it also happens emotionally. You keep wondering whether to forgive someone, whether to leave a situation, whether to speak honestly, or whether to accept that something is over. These inner decisions can be more tiring than physical work because there is no visible finish line. You keep walking around the same question without choosing a direction. Stoic wisdom asks you to stop confusing prolonged thought with useful thought. Thinking is valuable when it leads to understanding or action. Beyond that point, it can become avoidance, wearing the clothes of careful reflection. You tell yourself you are still considering the situation, but perhaps you already know enough. Perhaps the next step is uncomfortable, and continued analysis allows you to delay it. The mind can create endless questions when it is afraid of one clear answer. You may ask whether the timing is right, whether the other person will understand, whether you will regret the decision, or whether another opportunity will appear. Some questions deserve attention, but no amount of thinking can remove all risk from life. At some point, wisdom requires movement. A decision does not need to guarantee the perfect result. It only needs to be the most reasonable choice available with what you know now. The Stoics did not wait for emotional comfort before acting according to reason. They understood that courage often comes after movement begins. You may not feel prepared to make the phone call, write the letter, start the work, or end the delay. But readiness is often created by action, not discovered before it. The first step tells the mind that the matter is no longer being ignored. This is why small actions can create immediate relief. Opening the document, writing the first sentence, placing the call, gathering the materials, or choosing a date can reduce pressure before the task is finished. The mind does not always need complete success. Sometimes it only needs proof that progress has begun. When a task feels too heavy, it is often because you are holding the entire thing in one thought. You see the whole conversation, the whole project, the whole change, or the whole problem at once. The mind reacts as though every part must be solved immediately, but no task is completed all at once. It is completed through one clear movement, followed by another. Ask yourself what the smallest honest action would be. Not the easiest distraction, not more planning that leads nowhere. The smallest action that genuinely moves the matter forward. Perhaps you cannot resolve the entire disagreement today, but you can decide what you need to say. You may not be able to complete the project, but you can work on it for 20 focused minutes. You may not know the final answer, but you can gather the information required for a better decision. You may not be ready to forgive, but you can stop rehearsing revenge. Progress becomes possible when the mind stops demanding a complete ending before allowing a beginning. There are also unfinished tasks that should not be completed. Some goals were created by an older version of you. Some promises were made from guilt. Some responsibilities were accepted because you were afraid to disappoint others. You may be carrying plans that no longer match your values, yet you keep them alive because abandoning them feels like failure. But not every unfinished task deserves your future. Stoic discipline is not blind persistence. It is the ability to judge what is worth doing. Finishing something meaningless does not automatically make you wise. Sometimes the most honest form of completion is deciding that a task no longer belongs in your life. You can close a mental loop by acting, scheduling, delegating, or consciously releasing it. What you should not do is leave everything in a vague state of someday. Someday gives the mind no rest. It creates neither commitment nor freedom. If something matters, give it a place. Decide when you will begin. Write it down. Break it into a visible step. If it does not matter, remove it without guilt. A clear no is often lighter than an uncertain maybe. Many people fear that making a decision will limit their freedom. In truth, refusing to decide often limits freedom more. Every open possibility continues demanding attention. You keep considering paths you are not taking, relationships you are not repairing, and plans you are not beginning. The number of choices remains large, but your energy becomes smaller. A decision closes some doors so that you can finally walk through one. There is peace in knowing what today requires. You do not need to solve next month, next year, or the rest of your life. You need to respond to what is directly in front of you. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly brought his attention back to the duty of the present moment, not every possible duty, not every future burden, the work that belongs to now. This protects the mind from turning a single responsibility into an entire life crisis. You may have noticed that unfinished thoughts become loudest at night. During the day, activity keeps them hidden. But when the room becomes quiet, they rise. The mind brings forward every forgotten task, unresolved concern, and delayed choice. It is not trying to punish you, it is asking for direction. Before rest, give those thoughts somewhere to go. Write down what needs action. Decide the next step. Separate what can be handled tomorrow from what does not deserve further attention. This simple act tells the mind that it no longer has to repeat everything to keep it safe. You are not solving every problem before sleep. You are showing your mind that nothing important must be carried through the night without a plan. The relief comes from clarity. Once a thought has been given a decision, it no longer needs to circle endlessly. The task may still exist, but it has boundaries. It has a time, a place, and a next action. It is no longer floating through every hour of your day. And when you begin closing these open loops, you may discover that your life was not as overwhelming as it felt. The burden was multiplied by delay, uncertainty, and repeated mental rehearsal. Do what can be done. Schedule what must wait. Release what no longer matters. Then let the mind become quiet again. And as you begin closing the unfinished thoughts that have been draining your attention, another hidden source of mental heaviness comes into view. Not every feeling inside you began with you. Some emotions enter quietly through the people around you, the places you spend time in, and the tension no one speaks about. You can walk into a room feeling calm and leave feeling anxious without knowing why. Nothing may have happened directly to you. No one may have said your name. Yet your body becomes tense. Your thoughts grow restless. Your mood changes. You begin carrying worry, anger, sadness, or pressure that was already present before you arrived. This is one of the quietest ways the mind becomes heavy. Human beings are deeply affected by emotional atmosphere. A worried person can fill a room with unease without saying a word. A bitter person can make every conversation feel sharp. A controlling person can create tension simply through their presence. When you spend enough time around strong emotions, your mind may absorb them and mistake them for your own. You begin asking, why do I feel so low? The better question may be, when did this feeling begin? Perhaps you felt peaceful before speaking to a certain person. Perhaps your mind was clear before entering a family gathering. Perhaps your confidence was steady before listening to someone complain for an hour. The change in your inner state may reveal that you have taken in more than you realized. The Stoics understood that you must guard the mind carefully. They knew that character, judgment, and emotion are shaped by repeated exposure. This does not mean avoiding everyone who is struggling. It means becoming aware of what enters you when you are around them. Awareness creates separation. Without it, another person's fear can become your fear. Their urgency can become your urgency. Their anger can become your anger. Their hopelessness can begin speaking through your thoughts. You may suddenly worry about things that never troubled you before. You may become suspicious because someone around you sees danger everywhere. You may start feeling guilty because another person uses disappointment to control the room. You may lose hope because you have been listening to someone who treats every difficulty as proof that life is against them. The emotion was introduced to you, but you continued carrying it. This often happens in families. One person is upset, and everyone else begins adjusting around that mood. People become careful with their words. They lower their voices. They avoid certain subjects. They try to keep the person calm. Soon, the emotional condition of one individual becomes the emotional condition of the entire home. You may have learned this pattern early. Perhaps you grew up watching the faces around you before deciding how you were allowed to feel. If someone was angry, you became quiet. If someone was worried, you became alert. If someone was disappointed, you felt responsible. Over time, you became skilled at reading the room, but lost the ability to hear yourself. This skill may have once protected you. It helped you sense conflict before it began. It allowed you to respond quickly to changes in other people. But constant emotional awareness can become exhausting when you believe every feeling around you requires your involvement. You are not responsible for making every room peaceful. You are not responsible for removing every person's sadness. You do not have to calm every argument, solve every worry, or improve every mood. You can be kind without becoming the emotional manager of everyone around you. The Stoic path begins with recognizing what belongs to your inner life and what does not. Someone may enter the room angry. Their anger is real, but it is not automatically yours. Someone may be anxious about the future. Their fear deserves compassion, but it does not deserve control over your imagination. Someone may be disappointed in you. Their disappointment may matter, but it does not decide whether you have acted wrongly. You must examine the feeling before accepting it. Ask yourself, is this emotion connected to my own judgment, or have I absorbed the judgment of someone else? This question can change everything. Suppose a friend constantly speaks about failure. After listening for long enough, you may begin doubting your own plans. The doubt feels personal, but it may simply be the echo of their fear. A family member may believe that change is dangerous. After hearing this repeatedly, you may feel anxious whenever you consider doing something new. The anxiety appears to be your own, yet it was strengthened by someone else's view of life. The mind often repeats what it hears most. This is why Stoicism places so much value on choosing your influences wisely. You cannot spend every day around panic and expect your mind to remain untouched. You cannot listen constantly to resentment and expect gratitude to grow easily. You cannot remain surrounded by people who mock discipline and expect your own discipline to feel natural. Your environment trains your inner voice. That does not mean you must remove every imperfect person from your life. No human being is calm, wise, or positive at all times. The goal is not to build a life where no one ever brings difficulty into the room. The goal is to stop accepting every emotional atmosphere as truth. You can notice tension without joining it. You can hear anger without returning it. You can witness fear without feeding it. You can sit beside sadness without drowning in it. This is emotional discipline. Many people confuse empathy with emotional absorption. They believe that caring means feeling everything another person feels. But if someone is drowning, jumping into the water without strength does not save them. It creates two people who need rescue. Real compassion stays steady enough to help. When someone is overwhelmed, your calm can serve them better than your panic. When someone is grieving, your presence can be more valuable than trying to copy their pain. When someone is angry, your restraint can prevent the situation from becoming worse. You do not prove love by losing control of yourself. The Stoics taught that your first duty is to govern your own mind. Only then can your actions become useful to others. This may require a pause after difficult interactions. Before carrying the emotion into the rest of your day, sit quietly and examine what happened. Notice the physical signs. Your shoulders may be tense, your breathing may be shallow, your thoughts may be racing. Instead of immediately believing every feeling, allow your body to settle. Then name what is present. This person was afraid. That conversation was tense. That room was filled with frustration. This feeling entered me while I was there. Naming the source creates distance. It reminds you that an emotion can pass through you without becoming part of your identity. You can also ask what the situation actually requires. Sometimes nothing is required. The mind may feel pressured simply because another person was emotional. You may believe you must call them again, solve the problem, defend yourself, or continue the conversation. But their strong feeling does not automatically create a duty for you. Intensity is not the same as importance. Some people use strong emotion to pull others into immediate action. They speak with urgency, anger, or disappointment because they know it can weaken your judgment. If you are not careful, you may agree to things you do not want, apologize for things you did not do, or abandon your boundaries simply to calm the atmosphere. Stoic calm protects you from this. You do not have to make decisions while someone else is emotionally demanding them. You can say, "I need time to think." You can leave the room. You can return to the subject when your mind is clear. A choice made under emotional pressure may create a burden that lasts much longer than the discomfort of pausing. You also need moments where no one else's emotional state is reaching you. Silence is not always loneliness. Sometimes it is how the mind returns to its natural condition. Step away from the conversation. Put down the phone. Stop reading messages that keep stirring the same feeling. Take a slow walk. Sit somewhere quiet. Give your mind enough space to remember what it felt like before everyone else entered it. In that stillness, you may notice that some of the heaviness begins to disappear. The problem did not suddenly change. The people did not become different. But your mind is no longer standing inside their emotional storm. This is not coldness. It is inner order. You are allowed to care deeply and remain emotionally grounded. You are allowed to listen without carrying every word home. You are allowed to support people without turning their fear into your future. You are allowed to leave a tense room with your peace still intact. The world will continue producing strong emotions. People will worry, complain, panic, blame, and grieve. You cannot control what fills every room you enter, but you can decide what leaves the room with you. And when you learn to return emotions to their rightful owners, the mind becomes lighter. Not because you have stopped caring, but because you have finally stopped confusing compassion with carrying what was never yours. And once you stop carrying the emotions that entered through other people, another burden becomes easier to see: the exhausting need to control how those people see you. Few things keep the mind more restless than feeling misunderstood. You explain what you meant. You repeat your reasons. You search for better words. You replay the conversation, wondering where everything went wrong. Even after the moment has passed, part of you remains trapped inside it, still trying to correct an opinion that exists in someone else's mind. The conversation may be over, but your defense continues. You want them to know that you were not trying to hurt them. You want them to understand why you made that decision. You want them to see your heart, your effort, and the full story behind your actions. When they refuse to see it, the pain can feel deeper than ordinary disagreement. It feels as though something true about you has been taken and replaced with a false version, so you keep trying to fix it. At first, this may appear reasonable. Clear communication matters. Honest people should be willing to explain themselves when confusion occurs. But there is a point where explanation stops serving truth and begins serving fear. You are no longer speaking because something useful can be clarified. You are speaking because you cannot tolerate being seen incorrectly. That is where the desire to be understood becomes a hidden form of captivity. Your peace begins to depend on another person accepting your explanation. You cannot settle until they agree with your reasons. You cannot move forward while they still hold the wrong opinion. You begin treating their approval as the final proof that your intentions were good. But another person's understanding is not yours to command. The Stoics taught that you control your conduct, not the judgment placed upon it. You can choose your words carefully. You can speak truthfully. You can correct a false claim. You can apologize when you have acted wrongly. But after you have done what reason requires, the other person remains free to believe whatever they choose. That freedom may be uncomfortable, but it is real. Someone can hear every detail and still misunderstand you. Someone can know the truth and refuse to accept it. Someone can twist your words because the false version supports the story they already want to believe. Some people are not searching for clarity. They are searching for evidence that protects their anger, pride, jealousy, or disappointment. No perfect explanation can satisfy a person who has already decided what you are. When you fail to accept this, you may spend hours trying to enter a mind that is closed from the inside. You offer another example. You send another message. You try a softer tone. You become more emotional, hoping your pain will prove your sincerity. Yet every new explanation gives the other person more words to question, reject, or distort. You believe you are getting closer to freedom, but you are giving them greater control over your inner state. The desire to be understood often begins with something innocent. Human beings want connection. You want the people you love to know your heart. You want your actions to be interpreted fairly. You want your life to make sense to those who matter to you. There is nothing wrong with this desire. The suffering begins when a desire becomes a demand. You may wish to be understood, but you cannot require it before allowing yourself peace. You may prefer fairness, but you cannot make your dignity depend on receiving it. The Stoic mind leaves room for disappointment without becoming enslaved by it. You can say, "I wish they understood me, but I can remain steady, even if they never do." That sentence restores power to its proper place. The deepest reason misunderstanding hurts is often not the opinion itself. It is the fear of what that opinion could cost you. You fear losing a relationship. You fear being rejected by the group. You fear that others will hear the false story and judge you too. You fear being remembered for something that does not reflect who you are. The mind then begins building an imaginary court. You become the accused, the lawyer, and the witness. You gather evidence. You prepare speeches. You think about what you should have said. You picture future conversations where everyone finally sees that you were right. But your life cannot become an endless trial. There will always be someone who lacks the full story. There will always be a person who sees your boundary as cruelty, your silence as guilt, your confidence as pride, or your change as betrayal. If you try to correct every interpretation, you will spend your entire life managing appearances instead of building character. Stoicism offers a firmer standard. Ask not whether everyone understands you, but whether your actions can withstand your own honest examination. Did you act according to reason? Were your intentions sincere? Did you speak respectfully? Did you take responsibility for your mistakes? Did you protect what needed to be protected without acting from revenge? These questions belong to you. Their answers can guide correction. Another person's assumptions cannot. This does not mean that good intentions excuse harmful actions. Sometimes you feel misunderstood because someone is responding to pain you genuinely caused. In those moments, Stoic honesty requires more than defending what you meant. It requires examining what you did. Intent and impact are not always the same. You may not have meant to dismiss someone, but perhaps your words were careless. You may not have intended to break trust, but perhaps you failed to keep a promise. You may believe your decision was necessary, yet your way of communicating it may have been harsh. A wise person can explain without refusing accountability. You can say, "That was not my intention, but I understand why it hurt you." You can correct what is false while accepting what is true. You do not have to choose between defending yourself completely and blaming yourself completely. Stoic self-command is balanced. It neither begs for innocence nor accepts guilt merely to end discomfort. Some people apologize for things they did not do because being misunderstood feels unbearable. They agree with false accusations to restore temporary peace. They shrink their needs, abandon boundaries, or reverse reasonable decisions so others will see them as kind. But peace purchased through self-betrayal never lasts. It teaches people that emotional pressure can change your truth. It teaches you that your own judgment cannot be trusted whenever someone reacts strongly. Soon, you begin asking permission to live according to your values. You become careful not because you are wise, but because you are afraid of being misread. You choose words that offend no one, even when honesty is needed. You remain in situations you have outgrown because leaving may be judged as selfish. You say yes when you mean no, because refusal may disappoint someone. You hide your growth because others may not understand the person you are becoming. A life spent avoiding misunderstanding slowly becomes a life that no longer belongs to you. You are allowed to make choices that others would not make. You are allowed to change direction without receiving universal approval. You are allowed to outgrow relationships, beliefs, and roles that once defined you. Those who knew the older version of you may resist the change because it disturbs the place they assigned you in their lives. Their discomfort is not proof that your growth is wrong. Sometimes people misunderstand you because your clarity exposes what they preferred to ignore. A boundary may seem cruel to someone who benefited from your lack of one. Your independence may look like rejection to someone who expected constant access. Your silence may feel disrespectful to someone who is used to drawing you into every conflict. In such moments, further explanation may only weaken the decision you already know is right. Say what needs to be said clearly. Do not add 20 sentences where 5 will do. Do not repeat your boundary until it sounds like a request. Do not turn a decision into a debate simply because the other person dislikes it. Over-explaining often reveals that you're asking for permission. You are hoping that enough reasons will make the other person approve of what you have already chosen. But a boundary that requires approval from the person resisting it is not yet a boundary. You may explain once with calmness and respect. After that, repetition is rarely clarity. It is negotiation. The Stoic does not become silent because truth is unimportant. The Stoic becomes selective because truth does not need endless performance. Character is shown through consistent conduct over time, not through desperate speeches delivered under pressure. Let your life explain what words cannot. If someone believes you are dishonest, continue acting honestly. If someone sees you as weak, do not waste energy performing strength. If someone calls your boundary selfish, maintain it without bitterness. Time may reveal the truth, but even if it does not, you will still have kept your character intact. There is great freedom in no longer chasing correction in every mind. You stop checking whether they have changed their opinion. You stop asking others what was said about you. You stop drafting messages that will never create the understanding you seek. You accept that your name may appear differently in stories you do not control. That acceptance is not defeat. It is recognition that reputation lives outside you, while character lives within you. Reputation changes according to the speaker, the audience, and the moment. Character remains connected to your choices. One is unstable, the other can be trained. When you place your peace in reputation, every rumor becomes a threat. Every cold look becomes evidence. Every delayed reply creates fear. But when your peace rests in character, you become less easily disturbed. You still care about truth, but you no longer chase every falsehood into every room. Ask yourself whether the person misunderstanding you is willing to listen. Have they shown curiosity or only accusation? Are they asking questions or waiting for another chance to attack? Does the relationship contain enough trust for honest conversation? Not every person deserves unlimited access to your inner world. Your explanations are valuable. Your private reasons are valuable. Your pain, history, and personal struggles are not public property. You do not owe your full story to everyone who questions your choices. Sometimes the wisest answer is brief. Sometimes the wisest answer is silence. Silence does not always mean you have nothing to say. It may mean you have finally understood that saying more will not produce anything good. And when you stop trying to force understanding, an old tension begins to leave your body. You no longer stand before every person holding out your heart, asking them to judge it correctly. You no longer make your peace wait for a verdict that may never come. You know what you meant. You examine what you did. You correct what was wrong. You remain faithful to what was right. Then you continue forward. Some people may eventually understand you. Others may not. But your mind will no longer live inside their opinion, waiting to be released. You will have released yourself. And once you stop living inside other people's opinions, you begin to notice another quiet habit that has been draining your strength. The belief that every uncomfortable feeling means something terrible is about to happen. A restless heart can turn a small moment into a frightening message. Your chest feels tight, so you assume danger is near. A conversation feels awkward, so you believe the relationship is falling apart. A new path feels uncertain, so you decide it must be the wrong one. You wake up without energy, and the mind quickly declares that something is deeply wrong with your life. But discomfort is not always a warning. Sometimes it is simply the feeling of being human. The mind becomes exhausted when it must investigate every emotion, explain every physical sensation, and prepare for every possible threat. It never gets permission to rest because even peaceful moments are treated with suspicion. When nothing is wrong, it searches for what might go wrong. When life is calm, it wonders how long the calm will last. This creates a strange kind of suffering. You are not only dealing with what is happening, you are also dealing with everything your mind claims the discomfort could mean. The Stoics understood that an impression is not the same as the truth. Something appears frightening, painful, or unbearable, but you still have the power to examine it before agreeing with it. Epictetus taught that events first arrive as impressions. The trouble grows when the mind immediately accepts those impressions as facts. A feeling may say, "You cannot handle this." Reason can answer, "This is difficult," but difficulty is not the same as impossibility. Fear may say, "Something bad will happen." Reason can ask, "What evidence do I have in this present moment?" Discomfort may say, "Leave now." Wisdom can pause and decide whether leaving is truly necessary or whether patience is required. This pause protects the mind from becoming a servant to every passing sensation. Many people believe peace means never feeling uncomfortable. They arrange their lives around avoiding embarrassment, uncertainty, disappointment, silence, criticism, effort, and change. Yet the more discomfort they avoid, the more powerful it becomes. Their world slowly grows smaller because ordinary experiences begin to feel dangerous. They avoid difficult conversations because tension feels unbearable. They refuse new opportunities because uncertainty feels unsafe. They remain silent when something important must be said because disapproval feels threatening. They delay necessary decisions because doubt feels like proof that they are not ready. Soon, comfort is no longer something they enjoy. It becomes something they depend upon. Stoicism does not promise a life without discomfort. It teaches you to become less frightened by it. There is a great difference between pain and danger. Pain tells you that something is unpleasant. Danger tells you that something may cause real harm. The mind often confuses the two. A difficult truth can hurt without threatening you. A firm boundary can feel uncomfortable without being cruel. Starting again can feel frightening without being a mistake. When every unpleasant feeling is treated as danger, you may escape the very situations that could strengthen you. Growth often feels uncertain because you are leaving what is familiar. The old life may not be good for you, but at least you understand it. You know its patterns, disappointments, and limitations. A better path may feel more frightening simply because it is unknown. The body can react to change before the mind understands its value. Your hands may shake before an important conversation. Your heart may beat faster when you take a new responsibility. Your thoughts may become loud when you finally choose yourself after years of pleasing others. These reactions do not automatically mean you should stop. They may mean you are doing something that requires courage. Courage would not be necessary if every right action felt comfortable. The Stoics practiced voluntary discomfort because they wanted to remember that they could survive without constant ease. They sometimes accepted simple food, basic clothing, physical effort, or temporary inconvenience. They were not trying to punish themselves. They were teaching the mind that comfort was welcome but not required for inner stability. Their practice carried a powerful message: I can experience less and still remain myself. Modern life often teaches the opposite. It suggests that every inconvenience should be removed immediately. Hunger must be answered at once. Boredom must be filled with a screen. Silence must be covered with noise. Sadness must be escaped. Waiting must be shortened. The smallest frustration is treated as an interruption that should not exist. But a mind that cannot wait, struggle, or remain still becomes fragile. It begins demanding that the world cooperate before it can stay calm. Then traffic can ruin an entire day. A delayed message can create hours of anxiety. A small criticism can destroy confidence. A change in plans can feel like a personal attack. The event may be minor, but the mind has lost its ability to remain steady when comfort disappears. Stoic strength grows when you stop asking, "How do I remove this feeling immediately?" and begin asking, "How can I respond wisely while this feeling is here?" That question changes your position. You are no longer running from the discomfort. You are standing beside it, observing it, and deciding what deserves action. You may discover that the feeling rises, stays for a while, and then weakens without your help. Not every emotion requires a solution. Some need time, space, and patient attention. An anxious thought can pass without becoming a decision. An angry feeling can pass without becoming an argument. A moment of shame can pass without becoming a permanent identity. A wave of sadness can pass without becoming a prediction about the rest of your life. Emotions move. The trouble begins when you build conclusions around them while they are still passing through. A difficult morning may tempt you to say, "My life is falling apart." One tense conversation may make you think, "No one respects me." A lonely evening may whisper, "I will always be alone." The mind takes a temporary state and stretches it across the entire future. This is not clear judgment. It is discomfort speaking with the voice of certainty. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to see what was actually present without adding dramatic judgments. He separated the event from the story surrounding it. Instead of saying, "This is unbearable," the Stoic might say, "This is a feeling of pressure." Instead of saying, "Everything is going wrong," the Stoic might say, "One part of today did not go as expected." Accurate language reduces unnecessary fear. The mind becomes heavier when your words make the moment larger than it is. Phrases such as always, never, everything, and nothing can turn one difficulty into a complete disaster. They remove limits from pain. But every experience has limits. This conversation will end. This day will pass. This uncertainty will eventually become knowledge. This emotion will change. You may not know exactly when, but nothing inside you remains in the same condition forever. When discomfort appears, begin by slowing the judgment. Do not immediately call it a warning. Ask what it might be trying to tell you. Perhaps you are tired. Perhaps you need preparation. Perhaps you are entering unfamiliar territory. Perhaps an old memory has been touched. Perhaps you simply need a few quiet minutes before choosing your response. There are times when discomfort does carry useful information. A repeated sense of unease around a dishonest person may deserve attention. Physical pain may require proper medical care. Exhaustion may reveal that you have ignored your limits. Fear may point toward a genuine risk. Stoicism does not ask you to ignore these signals. It asks you to examine them without panic. A wise person does not dismiss every uncomfortable feeling, but neither do they obey everyone. They gather facts. They observe patterns. They seek help when necessary. They choose action according to reason rather than fear. This balance matters. You do not need to become suspicious of your emotions, and you do not need to surrender control to them. Feelings can provide information, but they do not always provide accurate instructions. They may be shaped by old wounds, lack of sleep, past failures, or habits of expecting the worst. The present situation may be safe, even when your body remembers an earlier danger. A calm pause helps you notice the difference. Place your attention on what is happening now. Look around you. Name what is real. Separate present facts from future predictions. Ask what action is necessary in this moment, not what action fear demands for every possible tomorrow. Often, the necessary action will be smaller than the mind expected. You may need to take one breath before answering. You may need to ask one question instead of making 10 assumptions. You may need to remain in the room for another minute and allow the first wave of discomfort to settle. You may need to accept that uncertainty cannot be removed yet. The ability to stay present without rushing toward escape is a quiet form of power. Each time you remain steady through harmless discomfort, the mind learns something new. It learns that awkwardness will not destroy you. Waiting will not defeat you. Uncertainty can exist without controlling your day. Difficult emotions can be felt without becoming your master. Your confidence then becomes deeper than positive thinking. It is built from evidence. You remember that you have faced discomfort before. You have survived days that once frightened you. You have entered rooms with shaking hands and left with greater strength. You have endured uncertainty until answers arrived. You have carried sadness without losing your ability to continue. You do not need every moment to feel easy in order to know that you are safe within yourself. That is the freedom Stoicism offers, not the absence of discomfort, but the end of your fear of it. When a difficult feeling comes, you no longer immediately run, react, or build a disaster around it. You allow it to stand before you. You examine it. You take what is useful and release what is only noise. Then the mind no longer has to sound an alarm every time life becomes unfamiliar. It can finally understand that discomfort is sometimes a warning, but often it is simply the doorway through which courage enters. And once you stop treating every uncomfortable feeling as a warning, you begin to face something even more difficult, the pain that has no clear explanation. Some wounds arrive without answers. A relationship ends after years of loyalty. A trusted person betrays you. An opportunity disappears when you believed it was finally your time. Illness enters a family that has already suffered enough. Someone you love is taken from your life, and no sentence seems large enough to explain the emptiness left behind. The pain is already heavy. But then the mind adds another burden. Why did this happen? What was the lesson? What did I do to deserve it? What is life trying to teach me? When will all of this finally make sense? These questions can appear wise, but when demanded too early, they become another form of suffering. You are not only carrying the wound, you are also pressuring yourself to understand it before you have even had time to breathe. The mind wants meaning because meaning creates order. When something painful happens, your sense of how life should work is disturbed. You believed kindness would be rewarded, loyalty would be returned, effort would lead somewhere, and good people would be protected from terrible outcomes. Then reality breaks the pattern. You feel lost because the event does not fit the story you trusted. So the mind searches for an explanation strong enough to restore order. It examines every detail. It goes back through old conversations. It studies what happened before the pain arrived. It looks for a warning that was missed, or a mistake that could have prevented everything. You begin to believe that if you can understand the event, you will finally be free from it. But some pain refuses to become clear on command. The Stoics understood that life does not always explain itself. Events happen through causes far larger than one person can see. Human decisions, natural change, timing, chance, weakness, mortality, and circumstances meet in ways the mind cannot fully trace. You may understand one part of what happened without understanding the whole. This is difficult because uncertainty feels unfinished. The mind believes it must keep searching until it finds a satisfying answer. Yet the answer may never come, or it may come years later in a form you could not recognize while the wound was fresh. Demanding meaning immediately is like asking your eyes to see clearly while they are still filled with tears. There are moments when your first responsibility is not interpretation, it is endurance. You do not need to turn pain into wisdom on the same day it enters your life. You do not need to speak about how it made you stronger while you are still trying to stand. You do not need to find a hidden blessing in something that has deeply hurt you. Sometimes the honest response is simply, "This is painful, and I do not yet understand it." There is dignity in that honesty. The Stoic does not pretend that loss feels good. Stoicism is not the denial of grief, disappointment, anger, or confusion. It is the refusal to make false conclusions while those emotions are strongest. Pain may tell you that life has no purpose, but pain is describing the moment, not the whole of existence. Grief may tell you that joy will never return, but grief cannot see the future. Betrayal may tell you that no one can be trusted. But one person's failure does not define every human heart. Failure may tell you that your effort was wasted, but you may not yet see what the effort developed within you. The mind becomes heavier when it treats every statement made by pain as permanent truth. You must allow the feeling to speak without allowing it to write the rest of your life. This requires patience. And patience is especially difficult when people around you begin offering explanations before you are ready to receive them. They may tell you that everything happens for a reason. They may say the pain is preparing you for something better. They may insist that one day you will be grateful for what happened. These words may be offered with love, but they can make you feel pressured to heal correctly. You may begin judging yourself because you still feel angry. You wonder why you cannot see the lesson. You feel guilty because the experience has not made you wiser, kinder, or more grateful. You believe you are failing at recovery because the wound still feels like a wound. But healing is not a performance. There is no prize for discovering meaning first. Some experiences must remain unexplained for a while. They must be carried quietly until the mind develops enough space to look at them without being pulled back into the center of the pain. Time does not answer every question, but it can change the quality of the question. At first you ask, "Why did this happen to me?" Later you may ask, "How do I want to live after this?" The first question looks backward for an explanation. The second looks forward for direction. The first may have no answer. The second belongs to you. This is where Stoic wisdom becomes useful. You may not control why an event happened, but you can decide what happens within your character after it. You can choose whether suffering makes you cruel or more compassionate. You can choose whether disappointment ends your effort or teaches you to act with greater wisdom. You can choose whether loss closes your heart completely or reminds you to value those who remain. This does not mean the painful event was necessary. It means the event does not receive the final word. There is an important difference between saying, "This happened so that I could grow," and saying, "This happened and I will still choose to grow." The first statement claims to know why life allowed the pain. The second accepts that you may never know, but you still possess the power to respond. That is a more honest form of strength. You do not need to call the wound good in order to create something good after it. You do not need to thank the person who betrayed you in order to become wiser about trust. You do not need to approve of the loss in order to live more fully, because you understand how fragile time can be. You do not need to romanticize suffering in order to survive it with dignity. Pain is not automatically a teacher. Some people suffer and become bitter. Others suffer and become afraid. Some repeat the harm done to them because they never examine it. Wisdom does not come merely from being wounded. Wisdom comes from what you do with the wound, once you are strong enough to face it. Until then, your work may be very simple. Get through the hour. Eat something. Rest when you can. Speak to someone trustworthy. Complete the duty directly in front of you. Allow yourself to feel sorrow without creating a complete philosophy about your future. The mind often becomes overwhelmed because it tries to solve the meaning of an entire life during its most painful season. It asks questions that no tired person could answer. It expects clarity when the nervous system is still trying to recover. Reduce the demand. You do not need to understand your whole journey tonight. You only need to know what this moment requires. Marcus Aurelius endured illness, war, political conflict, betrayal, and the deaths of people close to him. His writings do not show a man who had discovered a perfect explanation for every hardship. They show a man repeatedly guiding his mind back to what he could still do. He could act justly. He could think carefully. He could avoid becoming like those who acted badly. He could perform the duty of the present hour. He could remember that pain was part of human life, not a personal punishment created only for him. This perspective does not erase suffering. It prevents suffering from isolating you inside the belief that the universe has chosen you for special cruelty. Pain often whispers, "No one understands this." And while no one may understand your experience exactly, suffering itself is not foreign to humanity. Every life eventually meets loss, uncertainty, disappointment, physical decline, rejection, or change. The details differ, but the human heart has been learning how to continue for generations. You are not weak because the experience has shaken you. You are human because it has. The Stoic response is not to rush toward a bright conclusion. It is to hold the event without adding unnecessary judgments. Something painful happened. You wish it had not happened. You cannot return to the moment before it occurred. These are difficult facts, but they are clean facts. The mind creates more suffering when it adds, "This should never have happened to me." Life does not follow personal rules of fairness. Good character influences your actions, but it does not purchase immunity from hardship. You may live honestly and still be deceived. You may care for your body and still become ill. You may love someone deeply and still lose them. Virtue was never a bargain in which the universe promised comfort in return. For the Stoics, virtue was valuable because it allowed a person to remain worthy even when life became painful. Your goodness is not proven by receiving an easy life. It is proven by the way you meet a difficult one. This does not require perfection. There will be days when you are calm, and days when the pain returns without warning. There will be mornings when you feel ready to move forward, and evenings when an old memory makes everything feel recent again. Healing does not travel in a straight line. Do not demand meaning from every return of sadness. Sometimes a memory rises because the mind is still learning how to hold it. You do not have to begin the entire search for explanation again. Let the wave come, let it remind you of what mattered. Then allow it to pass without deciding that all your progress has disappeared. Progress is not the absence of pain. It is the growing ability to experience pain without allowing it to control every part of you. One day, meaning may appear naturally. You may discover that the experience changed what you value. It may deepen your understanding of others. It may lead you toward work, relationships, or choices that would not have existed before. But meaning found slowly is different from meaning forced under pressure. Forced meaning often sounds empty because it is created to escape discomfort. Real meaning usually grows quietly. You notice it in the way you speak, the boundaries you keep, the people you no longer take for granted, and the courage you have developed without realizing it. You do not have to chase it. Live honestly and let understanding arrive when it is ready. Until then, allow the pain to be what it is without making it the definition of your life. You are not the betrayal. You are not the rejection. You are not the illness, the loss, the failure, or the worst day you have lived. You are the person still here, still choosing, still capable of meeting the next moment. Perhaps you will never receive a complete answer for why some things happened. But peace does not always require an answer. Sometimes peace begins when you stop questioning the wound and start caring for the person who carries it. And once you stop forcing pain to explain itself before you are ready, another source of exhaustion becomes easier to notice. The conversations that never took place, yet have already drained you as if they were real. Some arguments happen only inside the mind. You lie awake preparing what you will say if someone challenges you. You repeat the answer you wish you had given yesterday. You picture a person accusing you, disappointing you, rejecting you, or bringing up an old mistake. Then you begin defending yourself against words they have not spoken. Your body reacts as though the conversation is happening now. Your heart becomes restless. Your face tightens. Your breathing changes. Anger rises. Fear enters. You feel hurt by a reply that exists only in your imagination. By the time the real moment arrives, you may already feel exhausted, defensive, and ready for conflict. And sometimes the conversation never happens at all. The other person may have forgotten the matter. They may respond more gently than you expected. They may not raise the subject, yet you have spent hours fighting a person who was never in the room. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers from its own predictions. It takes a possibility and turns it into an experience. It does not wait for reality to arrive. It creates the scene, writes the words, chooses the worst ending, and then reacts emotionally to the story it produced. This is how tomorrow steals strength from today. You may tell yourself that you are preparing. Preparation can be useful when it helps you identify facts, choose calm words, or decide what boundary must be protected. But useful preparation has an ending. Rehearsal without an ending is worry pretending to be responsibility. You know the difference by what it produces. Real preparation gives you clarity. Mental rehearsal gives you more scenes. Real preparation helps you decide what you will do. Mental rehearsal keeps changing what the other person might say. Real preparation leaves you calmer. Mental rehearsal leaves you more disturbed than before. The mind believes that if it considers every possible version of the conversation, it will not be surprised. It hopes to protect you from embarrassment, rejection, or losing control. But no amount of private rehearsal can guarantee how another person will behave. They may say something you never expected. They may remain silent. They may misunderstand your best explanation. They may become emotional. They may respond with maturity. Life does not follow the script you prepared in your head. The energy spent predicting every line does not create control. It creates fatigue. Much of this habit grows from past experiences. Perhaps you once entered a conversation unprepared and felt powerless. Maybe someone twisted your words, shouted over you, or made you feel small. Since then, your mind has tried to prevent that pain by preparing for every future conflict. It believes constant rehearsal will keep you safe. But what once felt protective can become a prison. You begin expecting hostility before anyone has shown it. You enter ordinary discussions with a guarded tone. You listen not to understand, but to detect the attack you predicted. A harmless sentence begins to sound dangerous because your mind has already decided what kind of conversation this will be. Then your fear helps create the tension you were trying to avoid. You answer too sharply. You interrupt. You explain too much. You react to meanings that were never intended. The other person becomes defensive because they can feel that you are fighting something larger than what they actually said. You are no longer speaking only to them. You are speaking to every person who has hurt you in a similar way. Stoic awareness asks you to separate the present person from the old memory. This conversation is not automatically the last one. This question is not automatically an accusation. This disagreement does not have to become the same conflict you experienced before. Let the present reveal itself before you decide what it means. The mind often rehearses conversations after they have ended as well. You remember a remark and create the perfect response hours later. You picture yourself speaking with confidence while the other person finally becomes silent. You rewrite the entire moment so that you appear stronger, wiser, or more respected. This can feel satisfying for a few seconds. But every time you return to the conversation, you reopen the emotion attached to it. Your body experiences the embarrassment, anger, or disappointment again. The other person may have moved on, yet you continue meeting them in your mind. You give one moment more life than it deserves. There will always be words you think of too late. There will always be situations where you wish you had spoken differently. Wisdom does not mean producing a perfect response in every difficult moment. It means learning from what happened without turning the memory into a place where you live. Ask what the conversation taught you. Perhaps you need to pause before answering next time. Perhaps you need to speak more directly. Perhaps silence would have served you better. Perhaps the relationship requires a boundary. Perhaps you discovered that certain people do not deserve access to your deepest feelings. Take the lesson. Leave the performance behind. You do not need to mentally return and win an argument that has already ended. Victory inside an imaginary replay changes nothing outside you. It only keeps your peace connected to a moment that cannot be revised. The past does not require a better speech from you. The present requires your attention. Sometimes you rehearse because you are waiting for an apology. You picture the person returning, admitting everything, and finally understanding the pain they caused. You prepare your reply. You decide whether you will forgive them. You imagine what you will say if they ask for another chance. But the apology may never come. They may not recognize what they did. They may understand and still refuse accountability. They may have chosen silence because it protects their pride. While you keep preparing for their return, part of your life remains paused. You are standing beside a door that may never open. Stoicism teaches you not to place healing in the hands of an uncertain event. An apology may be welcome, but it cannot be required for your peace. Closure may come through a conversation, but it may also come through your own clear judgment. You can decide that what happened was wrong. You can recognize what it taught you. You can change what access the person has to your life. You can continue without hearing the exact words your heart wanted. This is difficult because the imagined conversation often carries hope. You believe one perfect exchange could repair the damage. Sometimes it can, but sometimes the mind uses that hope to avoid accepting that a relationship has changed permanently. You keep writing a future scene because you do not want to face the present truth. The person may not become who you needed them to be. The conversation may not produce understanding. The ending may remain imperfect. Acceptance begins when you stop rehearsing the moment that will supposedly make everything complete. You may also create future arguments because you expect people to judge a choice you are about to make. Before announcing your decision, you prepare defenses for every possible objection. You hear the voice of a parent, friend, partner, or relative questioning you. You build long explanations before they have even responded. This reveals how much authority their opinion still holds inside you. You have already made the decision, but you are asking an imaginary version of them for permission. Return to the Stoic question: what belongs to you? The choice belongs to you. The way you communicate it belongs to you. Your willingness to accept reasonable consequences belongs to you. Their approval does not. Prepare one honest explanation if it is needed. Do not build an entire courtroom in your mind. You are allowed to state a decision without answering accusations that have not been made. A calm person does not fight shadows. When you catch yourself rehearsing, stop and ask whether the conversation is certain, possible, or already finished. If it is certain, decide your main purpose. Do you need to share information, protect a boundary, ask a question, or resolve a misunderstanding? Keep your attention on that purpose instead of trying to control every response. If the conversation is only possible, wait for reality. Do not spend today's strength on a scene that may never arrive. If the conversation is already finished, decide whether there is a useful action left. You may need to follow up, apologize, correct something, or let it end. Once the necessary action is clear, refuse to keep replaying the rest. Your mind may return to it out of habit. Do not become angry with yourself. Simply notice what is happening. This is a rehearsal. This person is not here. These words have not been spoken. I do not need to answer a question that has not been asked. Such reminders return you to the present. The Stoics did prepare for difficulty, but they did not do so to frighten themselves. They considered what might happen so they could meet it with character. Once they understood their duty, they returned to life. That is the balance you need. You may decide that if criticism comes, you will listen for truth without accepting insults. If anger appears, you will keep your voice steady. If the other person refuses reason, you will end the discussion. If you are wrong, you will admit it. If you are treated unfairly, you will not become unfair in return. This is enough. You do not need every line of dialogue. You need principles strong enough to guide you through whatever is said. A memorized speech can fail when the conversation changes. Character does not. Patience, honesty, restraint, courage, and self-respect remain useful in every version of the moment. Trust those qualities more than your imaginary script. There is also power in allowing silence to exist during a real conversation. People who rehearse constantly often feel pressure to answer immediately. They fear that a pause will make them appear weak or uncertain. But a pause is not defeat. It gives reason time to catch up with emotion. You can say, "Let me think about that." You can ask the person to explain what they mean. You can decide not to answer until you understand the situation clearly. You can end the conversation and return when both minds are calmer. Not every sentence requires an instant reply. When you trust yourself to pause, the need for endless rehearsal becomes weaker. You realize you do not have to predict everything because you are capable of responding when reality arrives. That is a deeper form of confidence. It does not say, "I know exactly what will happen." It says, "Whatever happens, I will try to meet it with reason." Tonight, notice how many people are speaking inside your mind without being present. Notice the arguments, apologies, accusations, and explanations you keep creating for them. Notice how your body reacts to these silent performances. Then allow the room to become empty again. The future conversation can wait until the future. The finished conversation can remain finished. The conversation that will never happen does not deserve another hour of your life. Keep the lesson. Prepare only what is useful. Trust your character to handle the rest when the moment comes. Your mind was not meant to spend its days answering voices created by fear. Let them become quiet. And once you stop rehearsing conversations that may never happen, you begin to notice another way the mind keeps old pain alive. Some experiences are no longer happening, but they continue to feel present because you keep describing them in new ways. A wound can survive through language long after the moment has ended. You tell the story again. You explain what they did, how unfair it was, what you lost, and why it should never have happened. Each time the details become sharper, you find stronger words. You discover another reason to be angry. You remember something you had forgotten, and the mind treats it as fresh evidence in a case that has already occupied too much of your life. The event is old, but the language is new. That is why the emotion feels new as well. The mind does not always know the difference between remembering an experience and returning to it. When you describe the event with the same intensity, your body can respond as though the danger, rejection, humiliation, or betrayal is happening again. Your breathing changes, your muscles tighten, your anger returns. The person may be far away, but for a moment they regain control over your inner world. You may believe you are processing what happened. Sometimes you are only refreshing it. This does not mean you should never speak about pain. Silence can trap suffering when something needs to be understood, expressed, or shared with a trustworthy person. Honest reflection can reveal patterns, help you make better choices, and prevent you from repeating the same mistake. But reflection has a purpose. Repetition often does not. Useful reflection asks, what happened? What did it teach me? And what must I do now? Unhelpful repetition asks, how can I describe this again so the pain feels fully justified? One leads toward clarity. The other keeps the wound emotionally open. The Stoics paid careful attention to the language used inside the mind because words shape judgment. An event enters your life, but your description decides how large it becomes. You can say, someone spoke unfairly to me, or you can say, people always treat me as though I have no value. The first statement describes an event. The second transforms one event into a complete identity. You can say, "This plan did not work," or you can say, "Nothing I try ever succeeds." You can say, "This person betrayed my trust," or you can say, "No one can ever be trusted." You can say, "I made a serious mistake," or you can say, "I ruin everything." The event may be painful, but exaggerated language expands it beyond its true boundaries. The mind becomes heavier because it is no longer carrying one disappointment. It is carrying a story about the whole of life. Certain words quietly remove hope. Words such as always, never, everyone, no one, everything, and nothing make pain feel permanent and complete. They take a single chapter and place its title on the entire book. When you say, "This always happens to me," you connect today's problem to every similar pain from the past. The current event no longer stands alone. It becomes proof of a pattern. Then the mind begins searching through memory for supporting evidence. It remembers every rejection, every failure, every broken promise, every moment when you felt unseen. Now one difficult situation carries the emotional weight of many years. This is how language multiplies suffering. Stoic discipline asks you to describe reality without turning it into a drama larger than the facts. This is not about pretending something was harmless. It is about refusing to injure yourself with words that make the event more permanent, personal, and powerful than it truly is. Say what happened clearly. Do not add what you cannot know. Perhaps someone did not reply to your message. That is the fact. The story may be that they no longer care, that you said something wrong, or that the relationship is ending. Those conclusions may be possible, but they have not yet been confirmed. Perhaps someone criticized your work. That is the event. The story may be that you are untalented, unwanted, or destined to fail. The criticism did not say all of that. Your frightened mind added it. Perhaps a relationship ended. That is painful and real, but the language, "I have lost my only chance to be loved," turns grief into a prediction about a future you have not lived. A fact may hurt. A story can imprison. Many people become attached to painful stories because those stories begin to explain who they are. They become the abandoned one, the betrayed one, the person no one appreciates, the person life has always treated unfairly. The story gives shape to confusing pain. It can even bring a strange sense of certainty. If you believe people always leave, you no longer have to face the uncertainty of trust. If you believe nothing ever works, you no longer have to risk trying again. If you believe the past destroyed your future, you no longer have to ask what responsibility still belongs to you. The story protects you from uncertainty, but it also protects you from growth. You may not notice how often you repeat it. It appears in conversations with friends, in explanations about your choices, and in the private voice that comments on everything you do. A new situation arrives, and the old story immediately interprets it. Someone becomes quiet, and the story says, "They are leaving too." A plan becomes difficult, and the story says, "Here is another failure." You make a mistake, and the story says, "This proves you have not changed." The past begins speaking before the present has a chance to reveal itself. This is why some problems remain heavy. They are constantly being introduced into new moments through old language. The Stoic task is to interrupt this automatic interpretation. When an old sentence appears, do not accept it simply because it sounds familiar. Ask whether it is accurate, useful, and connected to what is actually happening now. You may discover that the sentence is not a fact at all. It is a habit. Perhaps you have said, "I cannot trust anyone," for so long that it feels like wisdom. But is it true? No one may deserve immediate trust, but some people have shown honesty. Some have kept promises. Some have treated you with care. Your painful language may be hiding evidence that does not fit the story. Perhaps you say, "I am always ignored," yet there may be people who listen, moments when you were heard, and situations where you remained silent instead of clearly expressing what you needed. Accurate language does not flatter you. It restores balance. It allows you to recognize harm without turning yourself into a helpless character inside the story. You can say, "I trusted someone who proved unreliable, and I will judge trust more carefully in the future." This sentence keeps the lesson without preserving the prison. You can say, "I was treated unfairly, but I still decide what kind of person I become." You can say, "I lost something important, but I have not lost every possible future." You can say, "I regret what I did, and I am responsible for acting differently now." These statements do not erase pain. They place power beside it. The way you speak about a problem can either close the door behind you or keep you standing in the doorway. If every conversation returns to what happened, you may never discover who you are beyond it. People can unintentionally help keep a painful story alive. They ask for the details again. They react with anger on your behalf. They remind you of what the other person did. Their support may feel comforting because it confirms that your pain is valid. But validation should not become permanent residence. A good listener helps you move toward understanding. An audience may only encourage another performance of the wound. Each retelling brings sympathy, but it can also strengthen the identity built around suffering. Notice how you feel after telling the story. Do you feel clearer and more settled? Or do you feel angry, restless, and pulled back into the event? The answer may reveal whether speaking is helping you heal or simply renewing the emotional charge. There may come a time when you must stop giving certain experiences fresh words, not because they did not matter, but because they have already taken enough from you. You do not have to explain the betrayal one more time. You do not have to prove that the loss was painful. You do not have to keep listing the ways you were wronged. You can let the facts remain known without presenting them again. Silence can become a form of release when there is nothing new to learn. This includes silence inside your own mind. When the memory appears, you do not have to begin the full narration. You can notice it without reopening every detail. That happened. It hurt me. I learned what I needed. I am here now. A few simple words can stop the mind from turning one memory into an hour of emotional suffering. The purpose is not to erase the past. Erasure is neither possible nor necessary. The purpose is to change your relationship with it. A memory can remain without controlling the language of your present life. You can remember betrayal without expecting it from everyone. You can remember failure without using it to predict every new attempt. You can remember grief without believing that joy would dishonor what was lost. You can remember who you were without remaining that person. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to remove the judgment and observe what remained. The event itself was frequently smaller than the story built around it. Someone insulted him. A plan failed. A person acted selfishly. These things were unpleasant, but his mind did not have to turn them into proof that the entire world was against him. You can practice the same restraint. When a problem rises, describe it in the simplest, honest words available. Do not soften what requires action, but do not decorate it with hopelessness. Ask what is true now, not what fear says will always be true. Then ask what remains within your control. Perhaps you can repair something. Perhaps you can leave. Perhaps you can apologize. Perhaps you can stop expecting fairness from a person who has repeatedly shown you their character. Perhaps nothing can be changed except the amount of attention you continue giving the matter. Attention is one of the ways you keep a problem alive. What you repeatedly name, explain, examine, and defend continues occupying mental space. Some matters deserve that attention because action is still possible. Others have already given you every lesson they contain. Continuing to study them will not produce new wisdom. It will only produce new wording for old pain. There comes a moment when healing requires you to stop asking how the story can be told more powerfully and begin asking whether it still needs to be told at all. You are more than the worst thing someone did to you. You are more than the mistake you keep describing. You are more than the season that did not unfold as you hoped. Your life is still creating new language through every choice you make today. Let your words reflect that movement. Speak about what happened with honesty, but also speak about what you survived. Speak about what you now understand. Speak about the boundaries you developed, the courage you found, and the ways you no longer abandon yourself. Then, when there is nothing more to add, let the story become quiet. Some problems do not become lighter because they are solved. They become lighter because you finally stop giving them a new voice. And once you stop giving old problems fresh language, another quiet struggle begins to reveal itself. The exhausting demand to know exactly what will happen before you allow yourself to move forward. Uncertainty is uncomfortable, but the desperate search for certainty can become far more painful. You want to know whether the relationship will last, whether the decision will work, whether your health will improve, whether the opportunity will come, whether the person will change, whether the future will reward the effort you are making today. The mind asks these questions because it wants safety. It believes that if it can see the ending, it can finally relax. But life rarely gives that kind of promise. You may receive signs, plans, probabilities, and advice. You may prepare carefully and choose wisely. Yet there will still be parts of the future you cannot see. Another person may change their mind. Circumstances may shift. A door may close unexpectedly. A new path may appear that you never considered. The mind does not like this. It keeps searching for a guarantee that does not exist. You ask the same question in different ways. You speak to more people. You examine every detail. You look for hidden signs. You revisit the decision at night, hoping one more hour of thought will finally remove all doubt. But doubt often remains, because doubt is not always a sign that the decision is wrong. Sometimes doubt is simply the price of making a choice without knowing the future. The Stoics understood that certainty is not required for wise action. You do not need to know the final result before doing what reason, character, and present evidence suggest is right. You only need enough clarity for the next honest step. This is difficult because the mind often confuses certainty with confidence. It believes confident people know exactly what will happen, but real confidence is not a perfect prediction. It is trust in your ability to respond. You may not know whether the plan will succeed, but you can trust yourself to learn if it fails. You may not know whether someone will stay, but you can trust yourself not to abandon your dignity if they leave. You may not know whether the road will be easy, but you can trust yourself to meet difficulty with patience and courage. This kind of confidence does not come from controlling the future. It comes from strengthening the person who will face it. The demand for certainty makes the mind fragile because it places peace outside the present moment. You tell yourself that you will relax when the answer arrives. You will feel secure when the person gives reassurance. You will begin when the conditions become perfect. You will commit when the risk disappears. But the answer may lead to another question. The reassurance may last only a few hours. The conditions may never feel perfect. The risk may never disappear completely. So peace is postponed again. You begin living as though life has not truly started, because too much remains unknown. Yet life is always partly unknown. Even the most familiar day carries possibilities you cannot predict. A person can leave home with a detailed plan and return with a completely different understanding of what matters. A single conversation can redirect a future. An unexpected loss can change priorities. A chance meeting can open a door no amount of planning could have created. Uncertainty is not an interruption of life. It is one of its permanent conditions. The Stoic does not remove uncertainty. The Stoic learns how to stand within it without surrendering judgment. This begins by separating what you need to know from what you merely wish you could know. You may need to know the facts currently available. You may need to understand the risks, responsibilities, and likely consequences of a choice. You may need expert guidance. You may need time to think, but you do not need access to every future outcome. There is a point where gathering information becomes avoidance. You are no longer trying to make a wise choice. You are trying to make a choice that cannot hurt you. No such choice exists. Every meaningful path carries some risk. To love is to accept that loss is possible. To begin is to accept that failure is possible. To speak honestly is to accept that misunderstanding is possible. To change is to accept that the familiar will be left behind. To trust is to accept that another person remains free. A life without uncertainty would also be a life without freedom, surprise, courage, discovery, or growth. You cannot ask life to remain alive while demanding that it become completely predictable. The need for certainty can also make you depend too heavily on other people's reassurance. You ask someone whether everything will be fine. They comfort you, and for a moment the mind becomes quiet. Then another doubt appears. You return for reassurance again. The relief becomes shorter each time because the deeper problem has not changed. You still believe calm must come from knowing that nothing painful will happen, but no honest person can promise you that. People may tell you what they believe, but they cannot see every outcome. When you make them responsible for your certainty, you place an impossible burden on the relationship. You may begin questioning their words, asking for repeated proof, or becoming upset when their reassurance no longer feels strong enough. The mind is not searching for information anymore. It is searching for complete protection. Stoicism offers a firmer form of protection. It asks you to build your security around what cannot be taken away by an uncertain result. Your ability to choose your attitude, your conduct, and your response. The outcome may change. Your principles do not have to. You may not control whether your work is praised, but you can control whether it is done with care. You may not control whether someone understands your boundary, but you can control whether you express it respectfully. You may not control whether a plan unfolds exactly as expected, but you can control whether you adapt without becoming dishonest or bitter. This gives the mind a place to stand. Instead of asking, "How can I know this will work?" ask, "What would wise action look like with what I know now?" Instead of asking, "How can I be sure they will never hurt me?" ask, "What signs of character are present, and what boundaries will I maintain?" Instead of asking, "How can I guarantee I will not regret this?" ask, "Am I choosing from reason, fear, pressure, or integrity?" These questions do not predict the future. They improve the quality of the present decision. That is the most you can honestly do. Some people remain trapped for years because they are waiting for a feeling of complete certainty. They believe that when the right decision appears, all fear will disappear. But important choices often produce mixed emotions. You can feel hopeful and afraid, ready and uncertain, grateful and sad. A clear decision does not always create a calm body immediately. Sometimes the mind knows the path before the emotions have caught up. You may still feel nervous after choosing wisely, That does not mean you must return to the beginning and question everything again. Give the decision time to become real. Let your actions provide information that thought alone could never produce. Many answers only appear after movement. You cannot know exactly what a new responsibility will feel like before accepting it. You cannot fully know a person before spending time with them. You cannot know whether you are capable of change while remaining inside the same habits. Some knowledge waits on the other side of action. The demand for certainty keeps you standing at the entrance, trying to understand a road that can only be understood by walking it. This does not mean acting carelessly. Stoicism values reason, preparation, and good judgment. But preparation must eventually serve action. Otherwise, it becomes a beautiful form of fear. You create plans for the plans. You wait for more confidence. You keep improving the first step instead of taking it. You tell yourself you are being careful while your life remains unchanged. Caution is useful when danger is real. It becomes a prison when it is used to avoid every possibility of discomfort. There are also times when no action can create immediate certainty. You may be waiting for medical results, a reply, a decision from someone else, or the outcome of a process beyond your control. In these periods, the mind may repeatedly visit the future as though constant thought can make the answer arrive sooner. It cannot. Waiting is difficult because there is no direct action to complete. Yet even here, something remains within your control. You can decide how much of today will be given to an answer that has not arrived. You can prepare for reasonable possibilities without living emotionally inside each one. You can attend to your body, your duties, and the people presently with you. You can refuse to make uncertainty the only subject of the day. The future will arrive at its own speed. Your worry does not pull it closer. The Stoic practice is to return to what is available now. This conversation, this meal, this responsibility, this hour. The mind wants the whole map, but life gives you only the ground beneath your feet. That ground is enough for the next step. When fear asks, "What if everything goes wrong?" do not attempt to answer every possible disaster. Ask what you would do first if difficulty came. Often you will discover that you are not as helpless as the mind suggests. You would seek help. You would adjust. You would grieve if necessary. You would learn. You would take the next available action. You have already done this many times. There were periods in your past when you did not know how things would end. You may have felt certain that you could not handle what was coming, yet you continued, not perfectly, not without pain, but enough to reach this moment. Your life contains evidence that uncertainty is survivable. Remembering this does not guarantee an easy future. It reminds you that you have more inner resources than fear admits. The Stoics sometimes considered possible difficulties in advance, not to create panic, but to reduce surprise. They asked what could happen and how virtue might respond. Then they stopped. They did not demand certainty. They prepared character. You can do the same. If the opportunity fails, you will not call yourself worthless. If the relationship ends, you will not use the loss as permission to destroy yourself. If the plan changes, you will adapt rather than spend years arguing with reality. If success comes, you will receive it without believing it makes you superior. This is readiness. Readiness is stronger than certainty, because certainty depends on the world behaving as expected. Readiness remains useful when it does not. There may never be a moment when every doubt disappears. Do not make the absence of doubt a requirement for living. Let uncertainty sit beside you without giving it authority over every choice. You can say, "I do not know what will happen, but I know what kind of person I want to be while it happens." That is enough direction. The future is not asking you to solve it tonight. It is not asking you to predict every loss, prevent every mistake, or secure every outcome. It is asking you to meet this moment well. When you stop demanding that life reveal the entire road, the mind becomes lighter. You no longer carry every possible tomorrow at the same time. You carry only the duty, choice, and truth that belong to today. Certainty may never come in the form you wanted, but something stronger can take its place. The quiet confidence that whatever arrives, you will face it when it is real. And once you stop demanding certainty from a future that has not arrived, you begin to notice another habit that quietly steals your peace, the way one mistake can become a verdict against your entire character. A wrong choice can last a moment, but the judgment you place on yourself can last for years. You forget something important, and the mind says you are careless. You trust the wrong person, and it says you are foolish. You lose your patience, and it tells you that you are a bad person. You fail at something you deeply wanted, and suddenly the failure is no longer about the attempt. It becomes a definition of who you are. This is where correction turns into punishment. The mistake may require responsibility. It may require an apology, a change in behavior, or a difficult consequence. But instead of dealing with the action clearly, the mind attacks the person behind it. You do not say, "I handled that badly." You say, "There is something wrong with me." You do not say, "I made a poor decision." You say, "I always ruin everything." You do not say, "I lacked wisdom in that moment." You say, "I am a failure." The Stoics would see this as confused judgment. An action and a character are connected, but they are not identical. Character is built through repeated choices. One weak moment reveals something that needs attention, but it does not contain the whole truth about you. If every mistake permanently defined a person, no one could improve, because improvement itself requires the freedom to act differently from before. The mind often makes these harsh judgments because it believes cruelty will create discipline. You tell yourself that if you feel bad enough, you will never repeat the mistake. If you insult yourself strongly enough, perhaps you will finally become more careful. You believe shame will keep you alert. But shame rarely creates clear judgment. It makes the mind afraid to look honestly at what happened. When every mistake becomes evidence that you are worthless, you begin avoiding responsibility rather than developing it. You hide errors, you make excuses, you blame circumstances. You refuse to try again because another failure would seem unbearable. Harsh self-judgment does not always make you better. Sometimes it only makes you more afraid of being seen. Stoicism offers a different kind of discipline. It is firm without being destructive. It asks you to examine the action with honesty, identify the judgment that led to it, and decide what must change. The goal is correction, not self-hatred. Suppose you spoke cruelly during an argument. A useful examination asks why you lost control. Were you trying to protect your pride? Did you feel threatened? Were you more interested in winning than understanding? What could you do differently when anger rises again? These questions produce direction. Calling yourself a terrible person produces only pain. You may deserve to feel regret. Regret can be valuable when it keeps the conscience awake. It shows that your action did not match your values. But regret should point toward repair. It should not become a room where you remain forever. A healthy conscience says, "That was wrong, make it right." Shame says, "You are wrong and nothing can make you right." One leads to movement, the other creates paralysis. The Stoics believed that virtue is practiced in the present. You cannot return to yesterday and become wiser inside a moment that has already passed. You can only use today to correct the direction of your life. The past offers evidence, the present offers choice. This means your mistake has value only if it changes the way you act now. Repeating the memory without changing the behavior is not responsibility. It is suffering without purpose. You may spend years feeling guilty for something while continuing the same habits that created it. The guilt becomes familiar, so it feels like proof that you care. But caring must eventually become action. If you hurt someone, offer an honest apology. If something can be repaired, take responsibility for repairing it. If trust has been damaged, accept that rebuilding it may require patience. If consequences cannot be avoided, meet them without complaint. If nothing can be changed externally, let the lesson become visible through your future conduct. This is how remorse becomes character. An apology is not a speech designed to remove your discomfort. It is a clear recognition of what you did, how it affected another person, and what you intend to change. You do not need to defend your intention before acknowledging the harm. You can say, "I was wrong." Those words do not reduce your dignity, they protect it. A person who cannot admit fault becomes controlled by pride. They must protect an image of perfection, even when the truth is obvious. They argue with evidence, blame others, and rewrite events because admitting one mistake feels like admitting complete worthlessness. This is another danger of turning actions into identity. If being wrong means being bad, then the mind will do anything to avoid being wrong. Stoic humility allows you to say, "I acted without wisdom, but I am still capable of choosing wisely now." That sentence holds both truth and possibility. Some mistakes come from ignorance. You acted with the understanding available to you at the time, then later discovered that your judgment was incomplete. You may look back and wonder how you failed to see what now appears obvious. But wisdom gained later can make the past look simpler than it was. You were not standing in that moment with everything you know today. You had different fears, habits, pressures, and information. This does not excuse every action, but it creates a fairer examination. Ask whether you knowingly rejected what was right, or whether you genuinely lacked understanding. If you lacked understanding, learn. If you ignored what you knew, strengthen the part of you that failed to act. In both cases, the answer is growth rather than endless condemnation. Other mistakes come from weakness. You knew what was right, but fear, desire, anger, or comfort pulled you in another direction. These moments can be especially painful because you cannot claim ignorance. Still, weakness is not corrected by pretending it did not happen. Name it precisely. Perhaps you avoided an honest conversation because you feared rejection. Perhaps you remained silent while someone was treated unfairly because you wanted to protect yourself. Perhaps you broke a promise because immediate comfort mattered more than long-term trust. Precise truth gives you something to train. A vague judgment such as, "I am terrible," gives you nothing useful to improve. You cannot practice becoming not terrible. You can practice keeping your word. You can practice speaking sooner. You can practice tolerating discomfort. You can practice pausing before anger becomes action. Specific responsibility is powerful because it shows you where change can begin. There are also mistakes that were not moral failures at all. They were simply decisions that produced an unwanted result. You chose one path with reasonable care, but it did not work. You trusted someone who appeared trustworthy. You accepted an opportunity that later changed. You tried something new and discovered you were not prepared. The outcome was disappointing, but disappointment does not prove poor character. Sometimes you can make a thoughtful decision and still receive a painful result. The mind often judges choices using information that became available only afterward. It says you should have known. But at the time, you may not have had enough evidence to predict what happened. Judge the quality of the decision by the process you used, not only by the ending. Did you consider the facts? Did you act honestly? Did you seek wise advice where needed? Did you ignore clear warnings? Or did circumstances simply change? This distinction protects you from learning the wrong lesson. If every failed outcome is called a foolish decision, you may become afraid to take any risk. You may confuse safety with wisdom and begin choosing only what feels familiar. Yet no meaningful life can be built without uncertain attempts. The Stoics did not measure character by constant success. They measured it by the qualities shown in action: wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. You can fail publicly while acting with courage. You can succeed while acting dishonestly. The result alone does not reveal the worth of the choice. This perspective brings inner peace because it gives you a stable standard. Praise does not automatically prove you were right. Criticism does not automatically prove you were wrong. Success does not make you superior. Failure does not make you worthless. Your task is to examine whether you acted according to sound values and to correct yourself when you did not. Nothing more is required. You may also carry mistakes that other people refuse to let you outgrow. They remember an older version of you and mention it whenever you try to move forward. They use your past to question your present character. Perhaps you once behaved selfishly. Perhaps you failed someone. Perhaps you made decisions that caused real damage. You cannot force people to trust your change. They may need time. Some may never see you differently. Their caution may even be reasonable, but you are still responsible for becoming better. Do not return to old behavior simply because someone refuses to recognize your progress. Do not say, "They already think badly of me, so there is no point changing." Virtue does not depend on applause. Change remains valuable even when no one celebrates it. The strongest proof of growth is not a promise. It is consistency. You behave differently when no one is watching. You make better choices even when the past is still mentioned. You accept that rebuilding trust may take longer than rebuilding your self-image. You do not demand immediate forgiveness. You let your conduct speak over time. There may also be people who benefit from keeping you trapped in guilt. They remind you of old mistakes whenever you set a boundary or disagree with them. They use the past as a tool to control your present. Responsibility does not require permanent surrender. You can admit what you did without allowing it to justify every demand placed upon you. You can repair harm without accepting lifelong punishment. You can recognize that someone was hurt and still refuse manipulation. A mistake creates a duty to correct what can be corrected. It does not erase your right to dignity. This balance requires courage. You must resist both pride and self-destruction. Pride says you did nothing wrong. Self-destruction says you are nothing but wrong. Wisdom stands between them. It says, "I am responsible and I am capable of change." That is the Stoic position. At the end of each day, examine yourself without turning the examination into an attack. Ask where you acted well. Ask where emotion overcame judgment. Ask what you avoided, what you handled poorly, and what tomorrow requires. Then close the day. Do not conduct the same trial every night after the lesson is clear. Once you have identified the correction, the next step is practice. You will make more mistakes. This is not permission for carelessness. It is recognition that human beings develop through repeated effort. Even wise people must continually guide their minds back toward reason. The goal is not to become incapable of error. It is to become quicker to recognize it, humbler in admitting it, and more disciplined in correcting it. When you understand this, mistakes lose some of their terror. You no longer need to hide them or defend them at all costs. You can face them because they no longer threaten to destroy your entire identity. You are not every bad decision you have made. You are also the awareness that recognized it. You are the courage that admitted it. You are the effort that repaired it. You are the choice not to repeat it. A mistake is an event in your history. Character is what you continue building after it. Keep the truth. Make the correction. Release the verdict, then return to the present, where a wiser choice is still available. And once you stop turning every mistake into a judgment against your entire character, another source of mental pressure becomes easier to see. The exhaustion created when everything in your life is treated as equally important. A mind cannot rest when every demand feels urgent. There is always something waiting, a message to answer, a problem to solve, a person to help, a task to finish, a goal to reach, a decision to make, a fear to examine. Even during quiet moments, the mind keeps moving from one responsibility to another, unable to decide where its attention truly belongs. The problem is not always that you have too much to do. Sometimes the problem is that you have not chosen what matters most. When every task carries the same weight, the mind remains in a constant state of alarm. A small inconvenience feels as serious as a major responsibility. Someone else's request competes with your own health. A minor delay receives the same emotional energy as an important decision. You move through the day reacting to whatever is loudest rather than acting according to what is most valuable. This creates motion without direction. You may stay busy from morning until night and still feel that nothing meaningful was completed. You answer messages, solve small problems, move things around, check updates, and attend to other people's needs. Yet the work that could truly improve your life remains untouched. At the end of the day, you feel tired but not satisfied. Busyness can hide the absence of priority. It gives you the feeling of effort without requiring you to make difficult choices. As long as you are doing something, you can tell yourself that you are being responsible. But responsibility is not measured only by how much you do. It is also measured by whether you are doing the right things. The Stoics believed that a good life required clear judgment. They did not ask only, "What can I do?" They asked, "What is mine to do, and what is worthy of my time?" This question protects the mind from becoming scattered. Not every request deserves an immediate yes. Not every problem deserves your attention. Not every opportunity deserves pursuit. Not every argument deserves a response. Not every goal deserves another year of your life. Your time is limited, even when the day feels long. Every choice of attention is also a refusal of something else. When you give an hour to one task, you are taking that hour away from rest, health, family, meaningful work, or another duty. This means choosing priorities is not merely a method for becoming more productive. It is a moral decision about how your life will be used. Many people avoid setting priorities because choosing one thing means allowing another thing to wait. This can produce guilt. You may feel responsible for everything and everyone. You worry that if you focus on your own work, someone will feel ignored. If you rest, a task will remain unfinished. If you say no to one opportunity, you may lose something important. So you try to keep every door open. But a life with every door open becomes filled with noise. You cannot walk through all of them at once. The desire to keep every possibility alive leaves your energy divided. You begin projects, but do not give any of them enough attention to grow. You agree to responsibilities that compete with one another. You carry goals that belong to different seasons of your life, refusing to release any of them. Eventually, the mind becomes crowded with commitments that cannot all be honored. Then guilt appears from every direction. When you work, you feel guilty for not resting. When you rest, you feel guilty for not working. When you spend time with one person, you remember someone else who needs you. When you focus on today, you worry about tomorrow. Nothing receives your full presence because your attention is always apologizing for being somewhere else. This is not peace. It is divided loyalty. The Stoic response is to accept that you cannot serve every demand equally. You must judge what deserves your highest effort in this season. That judgment may change as circumstances change, but without it, the world will choose your priorities for you. The loudest person will receive your attention. The newest problem will become your focus. The most demanding request will control your schedule. The most urgent notification will interrupt your deepest thought. When you do not decide what matters, urgency becomes your ruler. But urgency and importance are not the same. Some urgent matters are important. A real emergency deserves immediate action. A serious health concern should not be postponed. A duty with a clear deadline may require your focus. Yet many things feel urgent only because someone else wants an immediate response. A message arrives, and you believe it must be answered now. A person asks for help, and you feel unable to pause. A minor problem appears, and the mind abandons everything else to solve it. This constant reaction trains you to live at the mercy of interruption. Your attention becomes available to anyone who reaches for it. Stoicism asks you to reclaim that attention. Before responding, ask what the situation actually requires. Does it need action now, or can it wait? Does it belong to you, or has someone simply placed it near you? Will giving it attention support your values, or merely relieve temporary pressure? These questions create space between demand and decision. You may discover that much of what exhausts you is not necessary. It is simply unexamined. Perhaps you attend conversations that lead nowhere because you do not want to appear rude. Perhaps you keep checking information that changes nothing about your next action. Perhaps you continue managing problems that other adults should handle for themselves. The mind becomes lighter when you stop treating availability as a virtue. You do not have to be reachable at every moment to be caring. You do not have to solve every problem to be useful. You do not have to accept every responsibility to be a good person. There is wisdom in being unavailable to what pulls you away from what matters. This may feel uncomfortable at first, especially if people are used to receiving immediate access to your time. They may question your change. They may call you distant, selfish, or difficult. But a boundary around attention is not rejection. It is protection for the duties you have consciously chosen. A person who gives everything to everyone eventually has nothing meaningful left to give. Choosing priorities begins with knowing your values. Without values, priority becomes a matter of mood. You do what feels easiest, most rewarding, or most urgent. But values provide a stronger standard. Ask what kind of person you are trying to become. If you value health, your body cannot remain the final item on every list. If you value family, presence cannot be replaced by constant promises of later. If you value honesty, you cannot keep agreeing to responsibilities you already know you cannot fulfill. If you value wisdom, your mind needs time away from endless noise. If you value meaningful work, you must protect periods of focused effort. Your calendar often reveals your true priorities more honestly than your words. You may say something matters, but if it receives no time, energy, or attention, it remains only an idea. This does not mean every priority must receive hours each day. Some seasons are demanding, and circumstances may limit what is possible, but what matters should have a visible place in your life. Otherwise, the less important will consume everything. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become distracted by unnecessary activity. He understood that many things can appear worthy while still pulling a person away from their central duty. The Stoic life is not built by doing the greatest number of things. It is built by doing necessary things well. This requires subtraction. You may need to stop a project that no longer serves a meaningful purpose. You may need to reduce time spent on activities that leave your mind empty and restless. You may need to withdraw from responsibilities accepted only to gain approval. Subtraction can feel like failure because modern life often celebrates accumulation. More goals, more plans, more connections, more achievements. But the mind does not become peaceful through endless addition. It becomes peaceful through order. A clear life may contain fewer commitments, but those commitments receive more honesty and care. You may also need to distinguish between permanent priorities and temporary ones. Health may always matter, but during illness, it may require more attention than usual. Family may always matter, but a loved one in crisis may need a greater share of your time for a season. Work may be important, but a major deadline may temporarily require deeper focus. The mistake is assuming every area must remain perfectly balanced every day. Life does not always move in equal portions. Stoic judgment allows you to respond to the reality of the moment without losing sight of the larger direction. You can give more attention to one duty today without declaring that nothing else matters. You simply recognize what this season requires. The important thing is that the decision is conscious. A chosen imbalance is different from a life controlled by chaos. When the mind feels crowded, write down what is demanding your attention. Seeing it clearly can reduce the pressure created by holding everything at once. Then separate the items. What must be done? What would be useful but can wait? What belongs to someone else? What no longer deserves completion? What are you carrying only because you have not given yourself permission to release it? These questions are not complicated, but their answers may require courage. You may discover that a goal you have pursued for years no longer matters to you. You may realize that a relationship receives more energy than it returns. You may see that some responsibilities were built around fear, guilt, or appearances. Letting go of these things does not mean your earlier effort was wasted. It means you are willing to judge the present honestly. The person you were 5 years ago chose according to the needs and understanding of that time. You are allowed to choose differently now. A priority is not a prison sentence. It is a present commitment. Once your priorities are clear, the mind needs a simple order for the day. Do not begin with everything. Begin with what matters most and can be acted upon now. One important task completed with full attention can bring more peace than 10 small tasks handled in confusion. When you begin with what matters, you stop carrying the fear that another day will disappear without touching the life you want to build. This does not mean every day will feel important. Some necessary work is ordinary. Cleaning, planning, resting, preparing, and maintaining what you have may not feel meaningful in the moment. Yet these actions support the larger life you have chosen. A priority is not always exciting. Sometimes it is quiet responsibility, repeated without applause. The mind becomes steady when it trusts the direction of your actions. It does not need constant excitement. It needs consistency between what you claim to value and what you repeatedly do. You should also allow enough space for rest. Many people treat rest as the absence of priority, but wise rest protects every other priority. A tired mind makes poor decisions. It becomes impatient, distracted, and emotionally reactive. Rest is not wasted time when it restores your ability to act with reason. But rest must be chosen consciously. Endless distraction often looks like rest, while leaving you more exhausted. Hours of random information, constant scrolling, and fragmented entertainment may stop physical work without calming the mind. True rest reduces stimulation. It allows attention to settle. It returns you to yourself. A quiet walk, an early night, a simple conversation, or time without demands may do more for the mind than another hour of content. The goal is not to turn your life into a strict schedule where every minute must prove its value. Stoicism does not ask you to become a machine, it asks you to live deliberately. There should be room for laughter, friendship, curiosity, and ordinary pleasure. But these things become more enjoyable when they are not surrounded by the guilt of neglected duties. When you know what matters and have given it honest attention, rest feels clean. Your mind is no longer arguing with itself. It knows what was chosen. It knows what can wait. It knows what has been released. This is the peace created by priority. You do not become lighter because every demand disappears. You become lighter because the demands are no longer standing in one confused crowd. Each one has been given its proper place. Some will receive action, some will receive patience, some will receive a clear no, and some will receive no more of your life at all. The world will always offer you more than you can carry. More information, more requests, more paths, more worries, and more possibilities. Your freedom lies in choosing. Choose what deserves your strength. Choose what supports your character. Choose what belongs to this season. Then let the rest wait without guilt. A peaceful mind is not an empty mind. It is a mind that knows where to place its attention. And once you have chosen what truly deserves your attention, another hidden source of suffering becomes easier to see. The distance between the life in front of you and the life you once believed you would have. Reality can hurt once. Expectation can make it hurt again. You thought the relationship would last. You believed the opportunity would arrive. You expected your family to understand you. You assumed that by this age you would feel more secure, more successful, more certain, or more at peace. Then life moved in another direction. The first pain comes from what happened. The second comes from repeatedly comparing it with what you believe should have happened. This second pain often becomes the heavier one. You do not only grieve the relationship that ended, you grieve the future you had already built around it. You do not only feel disappointed by the failed plan, you mourn the version of yourself you expected that plan to create. You do not only struggle with where you are, you compare it with the place you thought you would have reached by now. The mind keeps two lives open at the same time. One is real, the other exists only in memory, hope, or expectation. Each day, reality is placed beside this imagined life and judged for failing to match it. This can make even a meaningful life feel inadequate. You may have people who care about you, yet still feel lonely because the person you expected to be there is absent. You may have made progress, yet feel behind because the progress arrived in a different form. You may have safety, wisdom, or freedom, yet struggle to value them because they were not part of the original plan. Expectation can make you blind to what remains. The Stoics understood that suffering grows when the mind argues with reality. The event has already happened, but thought continues saying, "This was not supposed to happen." The relationship was not supposed to end. The business was not supposed to fail. The person was not supposed to betray you. Your health was not supposed to change. Your children were not supposed to make those choices. Your life was not supposed to look like this. These sentences may express honest disappointment, but when repeated for too long, they become a refusal to live where you actually are. You keep demanding that the past return and behave differently, but reality does not respond to demands made after the event. The Stoic does not say that everything that happens is pleasant, fair, or desirable. Acceptance is not approval. You can dislike an outcome while recognizing that it is now part of reality. This recognition protects your remaining strength. The mind often believes resistance is a form of loyalty. If you stop comparing the present with what should have been, perhaps it means the lost dream did not matter. If you accept the end of a relationship, perhaps it means you did not truly love. If you adjust to a changed life, perhaps it means you are giving up. But acceptance does not reduce the importance of what you wanted. It simply ends the useless argument with what has already occurred. You can say, "I deeply wanted another outcome, but this is the outcome I now have to meet." That sentence holds both grief and strength. It does not deny the dream. It returns you to the present. Many expectations are created quietly. No one promises them to you. You simply assume that effort will produce a certain reward, kindness will be returned, or life will follow the order you have seen in other people. You work hard and expect progress to come at a certain speed. You care for others and expect them to care for you in the same way. You reach a certain age and expect to feel settled. You make good choices and expect protection from painful events. These expectations can feel reasonable, but life never signs the agreement. Effort increases possibility, but it does not control every result. Love may be offered sincerely without being returned equally. Wisdom can reduce avoidable suffering, but it cannot remove every hardship. Good character guides your conduct, but it does not command the behavior of fortune. The Stoic accepts this without becoming hopeless. The absence of guarantees does not make effort meaningless. It makes character even more important. You act well because acting well belongs to you. You love because love reflects the person you choose to be. You work because meaningful effort strengthens your life. You do not make virtue dependent on receiving the exact reward you expected. When you attach goodness to a specific outcome, disappointment can make you question everything. You may ask, "Why did I try so hard if this was going to happen?" But effort is not always wasted because it failed to create the planned ending. It may have developed discipline, revealed truth, exposed weakness, or prepared you for something you could not see at the time. The outcome is only one part of what the experience produced. Still, you must be careful not to force every disappointment into a success story. Some plans simply fail, some time is lost, some relationships cause pain without giving you a beautiful lesson immediately. Stoicism does not require you to pretend otherwise. It asks you to stop adding a second wound by comparing the present endlessly with the life that no longer exists. There is a particular sadness in grieving a future that never arrived. You may have pictured the house, the marriage, the career, the family gathering, the retirement, the friendship, or the years you believed you would share with someone. These scenes became emotionally real because you visited them many times in thought. Then circumstances changed. Now you are not only losing a person or plan, you are losing birthdays that never happened, conversations that will never take place, and ordinary days that existed only in your hopes. This grief is real, even though the future itself was imagined. Treat it with compassion, but do not keep living inside that unwritten future. At some point, you must stop asking how beautiful that life might have been and begin noticing what this life still allows. The life that exists may be smaller in one area and larger in another. It may contain freedoms you did not expect. It may lead you toward people you would never have met. It may ask you to develop strengths the easier path would never have required. But you cannot discover any of this while standing with your back to the present. The comparison keeps your attention fixed on an absence. Everything real appears weak beside an ideal life that never had to face ordinary problems. The relationship you imagined never experienced conflict, tiredness, change, or disappointment. The career you expected never contained pressure, sacrifice, or regret. The future in your head remained perfect because it was never tested by reality. This is an unfair comparison. You are placing a complicated real life beside an edited dream. Reality will always lose when the imagined version contains only its best moments. The mind does this with the past as well. It remembers an earlier season and removes much of what made it difficult. You recall your younger years, an old home, a former relationship, or a previous stage of life. The memory focuses on what felt warm and familiar. Then the present appears empty by comparison. But memory is selective. The old season also contained worries, frustrations, limitations, and days you once wished would pass. You may now miss what you failed to value then, because the pain has faded while the beauty remains. This is one reason the Stoics practiced gratitude for what was present. They knew that today's ordinary life could become tomorrow's precious memory. Do not wait for absence to teach you the value of what is here. Notice the people who still call. Notice the body that still carries you. Notice the work that still gives structure to your day. Notice the small freedoms that would matter deeply if they disappeared. Gratitude does not ask you to deny what is missing. It prevents what is missing from hiding everything that remains. You can grieve one part of your life and still value another. You can feel disappointed and grateful at the same time. Human emotion does not have to choose only one truth. The life you expected may also have been built from other people's expectations. Perhaps you believed you should have reached certain milestones because everyone around you treated them as proof of success. By a certain age, you were supposed to be married. You were supposed to own more. You were supposed to have children, status, money, recognition, certainty, or a clear purpose. You may be suffering not because your life is wrong, but because it does not match a script you never consciously chose. The mind compares your private reality with other people's public achievements. You see their celebrations, promotions, families, homes, and moments of success. You do not see the complete cost, uncertainty, or difficulty behind them, yet their visible results become evidence that you are late. But life is not a single road with fixed arrival times. People begin from different places. They carry different responsibilities, losses, abilities, opportunities, and obstacles. Comparing your timeline with theirs removes all context. Stoicism turns your attention away from rank and back toward character. The question is not whether your life looks impressive beside another person's life. The question is whether you are meeting your own circumstances with courage, wisdom, justice, and self-control. Someone may reach a goal earlier and still live without peace. Another person may move slowly and build something stable. A visible achievement cannot reveal the quality of the inner life behind it. Do not use another person's timing as a weapon against yourself. Your life may require a different pace. You may be recovering from things others never had to face. You may be learning lessons that delay one path while preparing another. You may have spent years caring for people, surviving loss, rebuilding confidence, or carrying duties no one saw. These years are not empty simply because they did not produce the result you expected. A life cannot be measured only by visible progress. There are seasons when survival is progress. There are seasons when saying no is progress. There are seasons when rest, healing, or learning to trust yourself again is the most important work you can do. Expectation often ignores these quieter victories because they do not look like the original plan. But the original plan was created by a version of you who had not yet lived through everything that followed. That younger self did not know what would change. They did not know what would be lost, what would be learned, or what would stop mattering. You do not owe your entire future to a plan made by someone with less experience than you now possess. You are allowed to revise the vision. You are allowed to want something different. You are allowed to release a goal that has become a burden. You are allowed to discover that what once looked like success no longer fits the person you have become. This is not failure. It is honest adjustment. A sailor does not continue toward a dangerous shore simply because it was the original destination. Wisdom responds to new conditions. Your life also deserves that flexibility. When reality changes, ask what is still possible. Do not begin with everything that has been lost. Begin with what remains within reach. Perhaps the relationship you wanted is gone, but your ability to love, connect, and build trust remains. Perhaps one career path ended, but your skills can still serve another purpose. Perhaps your body can no longer do everything it once did, but it may still allow you to experience beauty, affection, learning, and meaningful service. Perhaps a family dream changed, but life still contains forms of belonging you have not yet recognized. The new possibility may not replace what was lost. It does not have to. Some losses leave a space that no new experience should be forced to fill. But an empty space does not mean the whole life must remain empty. You can carry what is gone without refusing what may still come. The Stoic practice of loving fate does not mean enjoying every event. It means refusing to waste the life that remains because it arrived in a form you did not request. You take the material before you and ask what can be built from it, not what could have been built from different material, not what someone else appears to have built. What can be built here? This question returns power to you. The mind may answer slowly. At first, all you may see is what went wrong. That is natural. Disappointment narrows attention. Give yourself time, but do not make disappointment your permanent home. Begin with small adjustments. Release one expectation that no longer serves reality. Stop checking one timeline that keeps producing shame. Change one daily habit to reflect the life you actually have. Speak about your future without forcing it to look like your past plan. This is how a new direction begins. There may still be moments when the old picture returns. You may see someone living the life you expected and feel the wound reopen. Do not judge yourself for this. Envy, grief, and regret can rise without becoming commands. You can say, "That reminds me of what I wanted." Then return to your own path. Another person's joy does not prove that life has rejected you. Their path is evidence only of what happened for them. Your story is still being shaped by choices that have not yet been made. You suffer twice when reality hurts you, and then you punish it for not being your dream. The first pain may be unavoidable. The second can slowly be released. Let the imagined life become a memory of what you once hoped for, not a standard that makes the present unworthy. Meet the life that is here. Learn its shape. Notice its remaining possibilities. Give your full attention to what can still be loved, repaired, created, and lived. Peace begins when you stop asking reality to become the life you expected and start asking how wisely you can live the life that has arrived. And once you stop punishing reality for failing to match the life you expected, another quiet conflict begins to surface. The pressure of remaining loyal to a version of yourself that no longer fits. The mind cannot rest while it is constantly protecting an old identity. Perhaps you have always been known as the strong one, the dependable one, the successful one, the quiet one, the person who never needs help, the person who keeps the family together, the person who forgives quickly, works harder, says yes, and never complains. At first, the identity may have given you direction. Over time, it can become a cage. You begin making choices not because they are right for you now, but because they match the person everyone expects you to remain. You hide exhaustion because strong people are not supposed to struggle. You accept responsibilities because dependable people do not disappoint anyone. You remain silent because peaceful people are not supposed to create conflict. The role slowly becomes more important than the truth. You may feel tired, but you continue performing strength. You may feel lost, but you continue performing certainty. You may need support, but you continue performing independence. You may have changed your mind, but you defend an old belief because admitting change feels like betraying the person you once were. This performance is exhausting because life keeps moving while the identity remains frozen. The Stoics understood that character is not a fixed label. It is the quality of the choices you make in the present. You are not wise because people have always called you wise. You are wise when you examine reality honestly and respond with reason now. You are not strong because you never show pain. You are strong when you meet pain without allowing pride to prevent necessary help. You are not good because you always say yes. You are good when your choices are guided by justice, honesty, and proper judgment. Old identities become dangerous when they prevent you from seeing what the present requires. A person who has always been the provider may continue giving long after their body, finances, or emotional strength can no longer support it. They fear that reducing what they give will make them less valuable. A person known for keeping peace may tolerate disrespect because setting a boundary would disturb the image others have of them. A person praised for achievement may remain in work that empties them because leaving would look like failure. The role continues receiving loyalty even when the person inside it is suffering. This often begins in childhood. You may have discovered that certain traits earned approval. Perhaps you were praised for being mature, helpful, quiet, intelligent, or easy to manage. The identity became a way to feel safe and loved. You learned what version of yourself created the least trouble. Then you carried that version into adulthood. The mature child became the adult who never asks anyone to carry part of the burden. The helpful child became the adult who feels guilty saying no. The quiet child became the adult who cannot speak when something is wrong. The high-achieving child became the adult who sees rest as weakness. What once protected your place in the family may now be controlling your entire life. The Stoic path requires honest self-examination. Not, who have I always been, but what does wisdom require from me now? The answers may not match your old identity. Wisdom may require you to rest when you have always pushed through. Courage may require you to admit uncertainty when you have always appeared confident. Justice may require you to disappoint someone who has benefited from your silence. Self-control may require you to stop proving yourself through endless work. The old identity will resist because change feels like loss. Even painful identities can feel familiar. You may not like being the rejected one, the overlooked one, the person who always struggles, or the person who cannot trust anyone. Yet these descriptions may have become so central that living differently feels strange. The mind knows how to behave inside the old story. It knows what to expect. If you are the person who is always abandoned, you remain watchful for signs that someone will leave. If you are the person who never succeeds, you approach opportunities with doubt. If you are the person everyone uses, you notice every request as proof that the pattern continues. The identity filters reality. It highlights anything that supports the story and ignores what challenges it. Someone treats you with care, but you remain suspicious. You make progress, but you call it luck. You set a boundary successfully, but you focus on the guilt rather than the growth. The mind protects the identity even when the identity causes pain, because familiarity can feel safer than change. To release an old identity, you must stop treating it as an absolute truth. Perhaps you were once easily frightened. That does not mean fear must lead you forever. Perhaps you made selfish choices in the past. That does not mean selfishness is your permanent nature. Perhaps you stayed too long in a harmful situation. That does not mean you are incapable of leaving now. Past behavior is evidence of what happened. It is not a command for what must happen next. The Stoics believed that each present moment offers another opportunity to act according to virtue. Your history influences you, but it does not remove your ability to choose. You may carry habits that make change difficult, yet difficult is not the same as impossible. A new identity is not created by declaring that you are different. It is created through repeated action. You become more courageous by doing what fear once prevented. You become more honest by speaking truth where you once hid. You become more disciplined by keeping small promises to yourself. You become more peaceful by refusing invitations into unnecessary conflict. The mind learns who you are through what you repeatedly do. This is why change may feel uncomfortable at first. Your behavior is moving ahead of your self-image. You take a stronger action, but still feel like the weaker person you used to be. You say no, but guilt makes you feel cruel. You ask for help, but pride tells you that you have failed. Do not mistake unfamiliarity for wrongdoing. The new behavior may feel strange simply because it has not yet become natural. Give it time. Others may resist your change as well. People often become comfortable with the role you play in their lives. When you leave that role, they must adjust. The person who depended on your constant availability may call your boundaries selfish. The family that expected you to solve everything may accuse you of changing. The friend who benefited from your silence may say you have become difficult. They are correct about one thing. You have changed. But change is not automatically betrayal. Sometimes it is the most honest response to growth. You are not required to remain easy to control so other people can remain comfortable. You are not required to keep carrying a role simply because others never prepared for you to put it down. Still, change should be guided by reason, not reaction. Rejecting an old identity does not mean becoming its opposite without thought. A person tired of being quiet does not need to become cruel. A person tired of giving does not need to become careless. A person tired of responsibility does not need to abandon every duty. Stoicism seeks balance. You keep what remains virtuous and release what was built from fear, pride, guilt, or appearances. Perhaps being dependable is still valuable, but you no longer promise what you cannot deliver. Perhaps being generous still matters, but you stop rescuing people from responsibilities they need to carry. Perhaps strength remains part of your character, but you redefine strength as honesty rather than emotional hiding. The identity becomes flexible enough to serve truth. It no longer forces truth to serve the identity. You may also be defending an identity built around success. You achieved something meaningful, gained respect, or became known for a particular role. Then life changed. Perhaps you retired, lost a position, faced a setback, or discovered that the work no longer gave your life meaning. Without the role, you may wonder who you are. This reveals the danger of building identity around things fortune can remove. Titles, praise, income, status, and influence are unstable. They may be enjoyed, but they cannot safely hold the full weight of your worth. The Stoics placed identity in character because character remains available under changing conditions. You can lose a title and remain honorable. You can lose wealth and remain generous. You can lose influence and remain wise. You can lose physical strength and remain courageous. What you possess may change. The way you meet change is still yours. There may be grief when an old role ends. Do not rush past it. A role can carry years of effort, belonging, and memory. Releasing it may feel like losing part of yourself, but you are not losing everything the role gave you. The patience, skill, courage, knowledge, and discipline developed through it can continue serving you in another form. The position ends, the growth remains. Ask yourself which identities you are currently defending. What must you pretend not to feel in order to maintain them? What choices are you avoiding because they would not fit the image? What truth about yourself have you already recognized but refused to accept? Perhaps you are no longer the person who wants what you once wanted. Perhaps you no longer believe what you once believed. Perhaps a dream that shaped your younger years no longer speaks to the person you have become. This is not always confusion. Sometimes it is maturity. A wise person does not remain attached to an opinion simply because it once belonged to them. They examine new evidence and change when change is reasonable. Pride says consistency means never changing your mind. Wisdom says consistency means remaining loyal to truth. Marcus Aurelius did not ask himself to protect an image. He asked himself to act as a good human being in the moment before him. That standard leaves room for learning, correction, and growth. You can use the same standard. Instead of saying, "I am the kind of person who always does this," ask, "Is this action wise now?" Instead of saying, "People expect this from me," ask, "Does this expectation belong to a just relationship?" Instead of saying, "I have already come too far to change," ask, "Would continuing move me closer to or further from the person I should become?" These questions loosen the grip of identity. You stop living to prove that the past version of you was right. You begin living to make the present version of you honest. This may require letting people misunderstand the change. Some will remember your old mistakes. Others will prefer your old weakness. Some will refuse to accept that you are no longer available for the role they assigned you. Let your conduct become the answer. You do not need to announce every transformation. You do not need to convince people that you have grown. Quiet consistency is stronger than repeated explanation. Live differently, choose differently, respond differently. Over time, the new pattern becomes clear. And even if some people never update their image of you, their delay does not have to become your delay. You do not need permission to outgrow yourself. The mind begins to rest when it no longer has to protect a character that exists only in memory. You stop checking whether each action fits the old story. You stop hiding needs that seem inconsistent with your role. You stop apologizing for becoming more truthful. You can honor who you were without remaining who you were. That version of you survived what they knew how to survive. They made choices with the understanding available to them. They carried you to this point, but they do not have to lead you forever. Thank the old identity for what it protected. Keep the lessons it gave you. Release the limits it placed around your life. Then allow the person you are becoming to breathe. Your peace does not come from maintaining one unchanging image. It comes from having the courage to meet each new season with an honest mind. And once you stop defending an old identity that no longer fits, another kind of freedom becomes possible. The freedom to feel something without immediately obeying it. An emotion can arrive in seconds, but the action it demands can shape years. Anger tells you to speak now. Fear tells you to run. Shame tells you to hide. Sadness tells you to give up. Jealousy tells you to compare. Guilt tells you to punish yourself. Excitement tells you to promise more than you can carry. The feeling appears, and the mind treats it like an order. That is where peace begins to disappear. You may believe that because an emotion is strong, it must be telling the truth. Because it feels urgent, it must require immediate action. Because it is painful, something outside you must change at once. But emotions are not commands. They are experiences passing through the mind and body. They may contain useful information. Anger may reveal that a boundary was crossed. Fear may point toward risk. Sadness may show that something mattered deeply. Guilt may remind you that your conduct did not match your values. Still, the emotion does not always know the wisest response. Anger may correctly reveal disrespect, then wrongly urge you to become cruel. Fear may correctly notice uncertainty, then wrongly insist that you abandon a valuable opportunity. Guilt may correctly identify a mistake, then wrongly tell you that you deserve endless suffering. The message and the instruction are not the same. Stoicism teaches you to place space between what you feel and what you choose. That space may last only a few seconds, but it can protect your character. Without it, you become easy to control. A rude remark controls your mouth. A frightening thought controls your direction. Another person's success controls your confidence. A moment of loneliness controls who you contact and what treatment you accept. Your inner life becomes a collection of reactions. You are always responding to the strongest feeling in the room. The Stoics did not teach that emotions should be crushed or denied. They understood that impressions arise naturally. You may feel the first movement of anger before you have chosen anything. Your body may react to uncertainty before reason has examined the situation. The first feeling is not always within your control. What happens next often is. You can pause before turning anger into an insult. You can breathe before turning fear into retreat. You can wait before turning loneliness into a return to someone who repeatedly harmed you. This is not emotional weakness. It is self-command. Many people fear that pausing will make them passive. They believe that if they do not react immediately, they will lose their chance to defend themselves. They worry that calmness will be mistaken for weakness. But calmness does not remove action. It improves action. A calm boundary is often stronger than an angry speech. A considered decision is more stable than one made in panic. A truthful response delivered after reflection carries more weight than 10 emotional sentences you later regret. The pause does not silence you. It helps you decide what deserves to be said. There are emotions that create a false sense of urgency. When anger rises, the mind says the matter must be settled now. When anxiety appears, it says the uncertainty must be removed immediately. When shame arrives, it says you must escape before anyone sees you. Yet many emotional emergencies are not real emergencies. The feeling is intense, but the situation can wait. You do not have to answer the message while your hands are shaking. You do not have to make a final decision in the middle of fear. You do not have to explain yourself while anger is choosing your words. Time can reveal what emotion hides. After an hour, the insult may seem smaller. After a night, the decision may become clearer. After the body settles, you may recognize that the person's words touched an old wound rather than exposing a present truth. This is why restraint is powerful. It gives reality a chance to separate itself from reaction. The mind often creates action because it wants relief. You send the angry message not because it is wise, but because holding the anger feels uncomfortable. You cancel the plan not because the plan is wrong, but because uncertainty feels unbearable. You return to the unhealthy relationship not because trust has been restored, but because loneliness is painful. The action removes the feeling for a moment. Then it creates a larger problem. Immediate relief is not always peace. Sometimes it is merely the exchange of one discomfort for a deeper consequence. Stoic discipline asks a different question, not what action will make this feeling disappear fastest, but what action will I respect after this feeling has passed? This question returns the future to the room. It reminds you that the emotion is temporary, but the result of your conduct may remain. You may feel the urge to damage a relationship in one angry moment. Tomorrow the anger may weaken, but the words cannot be unheard. You may feel afraid of one honest conversation and avoid it. The fear may pass, but the unresolved problem continues. Your emotion lives in the present moment. Your decision can become part of your life. Choose according to the longer truth. One way to create distance is to name the emotion without turning it into an identity. Say, anger is present instead of, I am an angry person. Say, I feel afraid instead of, I cannot handle this. The difference may appear small, but it changes your relationship with the feeling. When you say, I am afraid, the fear can seem like your whole condition. When you say, fear is present, you remember that another part of you is observing it. That observing part can still choose. You are the person noticing the emotion. You are not only the emotion itself. This awareness protects you from temporary feelings that speak in permanent language. Sadness may say nothing will improve. Anxiety may say disaster is certain. Shame may say you will never recover from the mistake. Do not argue with every emotion, but do not give it complete authority. Let it speak. Then examine what it says. Ask what fact created the feeling. Ask what judgment you have added. Ask whether the action being demanded is reasonable, necessary, and consistent with your values. Suppose anger rises because someone interrupted you. The fact is that you were interrupted. The judgment may be that they have no respect for you. That judgment may be true, or they may have acted carelessly without deeper meaning. Before reacting, gather more reality. You might calmly finish your thought. You might say that you would like to speak without interruption. You might decide the pattern is serious enough to require distance. These actions are guided by reason. Shouting may only be anger trying to prove its existence. Fear requires the same examination. You may feel afraid before a new responsibility. The feeling may be warning you that preparation is needed. It does not automatically mean you should refuse. Ask whether the fear points to a real danger or simply to unfamiliarity. If the danger is real, respond carefully. If the situation is merely unfamiliar, courage may be the wiser instruction. Courage does not mean fear disappears before you act. It means fear is no longer the only voice involved in the decision. Sadness also requires patience. It can slow the body, narrow attention, and make effort feel meaningless. During deep sadness, even simple duties may appear too heavy. You do not need to insult yourself for feeling this way, but you also do not have to accept every conclusion sadness creates. Perhaps today requires less from you. Perhaps rest is reasonable. Perhaps grief needs space. Yet sadness should not be allowed to make permanent decisions about your entire future. Do not destroy tomorrow because today feels dark. Complete what is necessary. Seek support where appropriate. Give the feeling room without handing it ownership of your life. Jealousy may arrive when another person receives something you wanted. It may tell you that their success reduces your chance, that life has forgotten you, or that you must prove your worth immediately. But jealousy can be examined without shame. It may reveal an unspoken desire. Instead of obeying the urge to criticize or compare, ask what the emotion has shown you. Do you truly want the thing they achieved? Are you willing to accept the effort, cost, and responsibility connected to it? The emotion can become information rather than poison. Guilt can also serve a useful purpose if you refuse its harsher instructions. It may tell you that a repair is needed. Listen to that part. Apologize, correct the action, and change the habit. But when guilt says you must remain miserable forever, it has stopped serving virtue. Punishment without correction is not wisdom. Even pleasant emotions need discipline. Excitement can make you careless. You may agree too quickly, spend too freely, trust too easily, or begin more than you can finish. A positive feeling is not automatically a wise guide. Joy can be enjoyed without building unrealistic promises around it. Confidence can be welcomed without becoming pride. Hope can motivate you without pretending that success is guaranteed. Self-command is not only needed in pain, it is also needed in pleasure. The Stoics understood that freedom means not being ruled by either side. You are not thrown completely by difficulty, and you are not carried away by good fortune. You receive both with a steady mind. This steadiness develops through practice. You will not always pause successfully. There will be moments when emotion acts before wisdom arrives. Do not turn these moments into proof that you cannot change. Notice what happened. Repair what is necessary. Practice again. Each pause strengthens the space between feeling and action. Over time, the pause becomes more natural. You begin recognizing the first signs of reaction. Your voice changes, your thoughts speed up, your body becomes tense. These signs become reminders. Not to suppress the emotion, but to slow the decision. You may decide to take a walk before speaking. You may write the message and leave it unsent. You may wait until morning. You may ask yourself what advice you would give someone you respect. These simple acts return judgment to you. Peace does not come from becoming emotionless. An emotionless life would also lose tenderness, wonder, grief, affection, and human connection. Peace comes from knowing that you can feel deeply without being controlled completely. You can be angry and remain just. You can be afraid and remain brave. You can be sad and remain faithful to life. You can feel rejected and still protect your dignity. You can feel uncertain and still make a thoughtful choice. This is the inner freedom Stoicism seeks. The emotion may knock loudly, but it does not own the house. You can open the door, listen to what it carries, and decide whether its advice deserves entry. Sometimes it will reveal something important. Sometimes it will carry an old fear, a false judgment, or a temporary storm. Your task is not to obey the loudest voice. Your task is to choose the wisest response. And when you stop turning every emotion into an instruction, the mind no longer has to recover from every impulsive choice. It becomes steadier, quieter, and more trustworthy. You still feel, but now you also decide. And once you stop treating every emotion as an order that must be obeyed, you begin to see another feeling that has been quietly giving instructions for far too long, the resentment that keeps calling you back to what someone did. The event may have ended years ago, but part of your mind still reports for duty every day. It remembers the insult, it reviews the betrayal, it gathers evidence, it prepares arguments, it imagines the apology that should have come, the punishment the person deserves, and the moment when they finally understand the damage they caused. Resentment gives the past a permanent position in your present life. The person may no longer speak to you. They may have moved away, changed, forgotten, or continued living as though nothing happened. Yet inside your mind, they still occupy a room. You revisit them when you wake up. You hear their words during unrelated conversations. You compare new people with what they did. You make decisions around a wound they may no longer remember creating. This is the hidden cost of resentment. It keeps you mentally employed by an event that no longer pays you anything. You work long hours maintaining the anger. You repeat the story so it stays sharp. You protect the pain from becoming smaller, because part of you fears that letting go would mean the offense did not matter. So you continue carrying it as evidence. Evidence that you were wronged. Evidence that they were cruel. Evidence that your anger is justified. And perhaps it is justified. The Stoics never taught that injustice should be called acceptable. They did not ask people to pretend betrayal was harmless or cruelty was simply misunderstood. They believed wrong actions should be judged clearly and answered with wisdom. But there is a difference between recognizing an offense and allowing it to become your daily occupation. Justice looks at what happened and asks what should be done. Resentment looks at what happened and asks how long the pain can be kept alive. One protects your character. The other slowly reorganizes your life around the person who hurt you. You may believe resentment keeps you safe. It reminds you not to trust too quickly. It prevents you from forgetting what people are capable of. It gives you energy to maintain distance. But the lesson does not require the anger to remain active. You can remember that someone lied without repeating the lie in your mind every night. You can recognize that a person is unsafe without carrying hatred into every new relationship. You can maintain a boundary without emotionally returning to the moment that made the boundary necessary. Wisdom remembers, resentment relives. That difference matters. A memory can say, "I know what happened, and I will act carefully." Resentment says, "I must feel the injury again so I never lose control of the story." The first response leaves room for life to continue. The second keeps the wound connected to your identity. You may begin describing yourself through what happened. You become the person who was betrayed, abandoned, ignored, cheated, or humiliated. The experience explains your distance, your suspicion, and your inability to rest. Over time, the one who hurt you begins shaping choices they are not present to make. You reject kindness because it feels suspicious. You refuse help because dependence feels dangerous. You close your heart before anyone has earned your fear. The original person harmed one season of your life, but resentment quietly gives them influence over the seasons that follow. This is why release is not a gift to the offender. It is the recovery of your own authority. Letting go does not mean saying the action was right. It does not mean restoring access, rebuilding trust, or removing necessary consequences. It does not require you to return to a relationship that damaged you. It means refusing to let the offense continue directing your inner life. You can forgive and remain distant. You can release hatred and still remember the facts. You can stop seeking revenge without becoming available for further harm. These are not contradictions. They are signs of clear judgment. Many people remain resentful because they are waiting for accountability. They want the other person to admit what happened. They want a sincere apology, changed behavior, or public recognition of the truth. This desire is understandable. But if your peace depends on someone else developing a conscience, your peace may remain trapped for a very long time. Some people never admit harm because admission threatens the image they have of themselves. They rewrite events. They minimize what they did. They blame your reaction. They act as though time should erase responsibility. You cannot force honesty into another person. You can state the truth. You can protect yourself. You can allow reasonable consequences, but you cannot make remorse appear in a heart that refuses it. The Stoic question returns, what is still yours? Your judgment is yours. Your conduct is yours. Your distance is yours. Your decision about what deserves further attention is yours. Their apology is not. When you accept this, you stop standing at the door of their character, waiting for them to become the person who can release you. You release yourself. This may begin with admitting that resentment has not produced what it promised. It may have promised strength, but left you tense. It may have promised justice, but kept you replaying an event that cannot be changed. It may have promised protection, but made you suspicious of people who had nothing to do with the original harm. Ask what the resentment has truly given you. Has it repaired the loss? Has it changed the offender? Has it returned the years? Has it made your present relationships healthier? Has it helped you become the person you respect? Anger may have been necessary at the beginning. It may have shown you that a line was crossed. It may have given you enough energy to leave, speak, report, refuse, or defend yourself. But a feeling that helps you escape danger may become harmful when it continues long after safety has been restored. You do not have to remain in battle after the battlefield is empty. The body may still behave as though the danger is near. A name, place, date, or phrase can bring the old tension back. This does not mean you have failed to move forward. It means the experience left a strong mark. When the memory appears, do not feed it with the entire story. Notice what has been activated. Remind yourself where you are now. The event is not happening in this moment. The person does not control this room. You have choices today that you did not have then. This returns the mind to the present instead of allowing the memory to recruit it for another shift. Resentment is often strengthened by imaginary arguments. You picture yourself finally saying everything. You imagine the person becoming ashamed. You create scenes where others discover the truth and take your side. These scenes feel like justice because you receive the recognition reality denied you. But the relief is temporary. Soon, the mind needs another scene. The imaginary victory becomes another form of dependence because you still need the offender to understand, even if only inside your own imagination. Freedom begins when their understanding is no longer necessary. You know what happened. You know what it cost. You know what you will no longer permit. That knowledge can be enough. There is also resentment toward people who are no longer alive or reachable. The conversation cannot happen. The apology cannot come. The relationship cannot be repaired in the form you wanted. This can make the anger feel trapped. You may believe there is nowhere for it to go. But release does not always require direct conversation. You can speak the truth privately. You can write what you needed to say without sending it. You can acknowledge the harm and decide which pattern will end with you. Perhaps the most powerful answer to the past is refusing to repeat it. You were treated without kindness, so you become careful not to pass cruelty forward. You were controlled, so you learn to respect the freedom of others. You were silenced, so you create room for honest speech. You were abandoned, so you become dependable without abandoning yourself. In this way, the wound becomes a boundary around your future conduct rather than a chain around your past. Stoicism places great importance on character because character is where true victory occurs. The person who hurt you may never suffer in the way you expected. Life may not provide a visible balance. They may appear successful, peaceful, or admired. This can intensify resentment. You may ask why someone who acted badly seems to continue without consequence. But public appearance is not complete knowledge. You do not know the condition of their inner life. More importantly, their visible outcome cannot become the measure of your peace. If you need their suffering in order to heal, you remain emotionally tied to them. Your freedom must be built on something firmer. Let their character belong to them. Let your character belong to you. Their wrongdoing is already a failure of judgment. Do not allow it to create a second failure by pulling you toward bitterness, cruelty, or obsession. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that when another person acted badly, the task was not to become like them. This is one of the hardest forms of justice. You refuse to allow another person's lack of virtue to remove yours. That does not mean you remain gentle where firmness is needed. You can speak strongly. You can seek fair consequences. You can refuse contact. You can protect others from the same harm, but you act from reason rather than a desire to destroy. Revenge asks, how can I make them feel what I felt? Justice asks, what response is right, useful, and proportionate? The first keeps pain moving between people. The second tries to stop it. Sometimes resentment is directed toward yourself. You replay a choice you made, a warning you ignored, or a moment when you failed to protect your own interests. You are angry not only at what happened, but at the person you were when it happened. You ask why you stayed, why you trusted, why you did not speak sooner, why you failed to see what now appears obvious. But self-resentment also keeps you employed by the past. You punish the present version of yourself for not having the knowledge, courage, or support that only came later. Take responsibility where it belongs. Then offer the earlier version of you a fair judgment. Perhaps they were afraid. Perhaps they were inexperienced. Perhaps they were surviving with limited choices. Perhaps they ignored clear truth. Whatever the answer, you cannot go back and force them to act differently. You can only make their experience useful by choosing differently now. The past does not need another punishment. It needs a changed pattern. Release may happen slowly. Do not expect one decision to remove years of anger immediately. The mind may return to familiar thoughts. The body may still react. You may feel peaceful one day and resentful again the next. Each return is another chance to refuse the old employment. You can say, I have already examined this. I know the lesson. I do not need to prosecute the case again tonight. Then direct your attention towards something that belongs to your current life. This is not avoidance. Avoidance refuses to see the wound. Release sees it clearly and decides it will not receive unlimited time. Your attention is part of your life. Every hour given to resentment is an hour taken from what could still be built, loved, learned, or enjoyed. The person who harmed you has already taken enough. Do not keep paying them with your present. Keep the wisdom, keep the boundary, keep the evidence you need to protect yourself. But let the emotional trial come to an end. The past may remain part of your story, but it no longer needs to remain your employer. You can resign from the work of reliving it, and when you do, you may discover that forgiveness is not the moment you declare the offender innocent. It is the moment you decide that their offense will no longer control the direction of your mind. And once you stop allowing resentment to keep you tied to the past, another form of unnecessary suffering becomes easier to recognize: the habit of treating every delay as a statement about your worth. A delayed reply can feel like rejection. A postponed decision can feel like failure. A slow result can feel like proof that life has forgotten you. Nothing may have been clearly said, yet the mind quickly fills the silence with painful meaning. You send a message and receive no response. At first, you simply notice the delay. Then thought begins to work. Perhaps they are upset. Perhaps you said something wrong. Perhaps they no longer care. Perhaps they are avoiding you because you are not important enough to answer. The delay is real. Everything added after it may be a story. This is how the mind turns waiting into suffering. You are no longer only waiting for a reply. You are waiting under the weight of imagined rejection. You check the phone repeatedly. You reread what you sent. You study the last conversation for hidden signs. You consider sending another message, not because new information is needed, but because the silence has become emotionally unbearable. The person may simply be busy. They may be tired. They may not know how to respond. They may be dealing with a situation you cannot see. But the mind often chooses the explanation that hurts most. It does this because uncertainty feels empty, and the mind dislikes empty spaces. It wants a complete story, even when the only available story is built from fear. Stoicism teaches you not to give agreement to an impression before examining it. The first impression may be, they have not answered. That is a fact. The second impression may be, they are ignoring me because I do not matter. That is a judgment. Peace depends on knowing the difference. When you treat the judgment as fact, your emotions begin responding to something that has not been proven. You may become angry with someone who has done nothing wrong. You may withdraw before they have had a chance to explain. You may send a harsh reply to a message that was never meant to hurt you. A delay can become a conflict because fear could not wait for reality. The Stoic mind resists this rush toward meaning. It says, "I do not yet know." Those words may feel uncomfortable, but they are honest. You do not know why the reply is late. You do not know why the opportunity has been delayed. You do not know why progress is slower than expected. You do not know what is happening behind the part of the situation you can see. Not knowing is not weakness. It is a refusal to create false certainty. Many people take delays personally because they have already connected speed with value. A fast response feels like respect. Immediate attention feels like importance. Quick progress feels like proof that they are on the right path. Then anything slow feels insulting. But another person's response time is not a complete measure of how they value you. People have different habits, responsibilities, emotional capacities, and ways of communicating. Some respond quickly to everything and still offer little depth. Others may take longer, but return with genuine care. Speed and sincerity are not always the same. This does not mean you should ignore patterns. If someone repeatedly leaves you waiting, breaks promises, disappears when responsibility appears, or only contacts you when they need something, that behavior may reveal something important. Stoicism does not ask you to deny evidence. It asks you to judge patterns rather than panic over isolated moments. One delayed reply is not always rejection. Repeated disregard may require a boundary. The difference becomes clear when you stop reacting to each moment as though it contains the entire truth. You can observe before deciding. This protects you from both extremes. You do not excuse every inconsistency, and you do not treat every pause as betrayal. You allow enough time for character to reveal itself. The same habit appears when you are waiting for an opportunity. You submit an application, share your work, make a request, or begin a project. Then nothing happens at the speed you hoped. The mind becomes impatient. It says the delay means you are not good enough. It compares your progress with people who appear to be moving faster. It interprets silence as a final answer, even when no answer has been given. You begin losing confidence before the outcome is known. This is one of the cruelest things impatience does. It makes you experience failure before failure has occurred. A slow result is not always a negative result. Sometimes decisions take time because many factors are involved. Sometimes the person responsible is dealing with delays of their own. Sometimes your work is being considered carefully. Sometimes the path is simply slower than your imagination allowed. And sometimes the answer will be no. But even then, the waiting itself was not proof that something was wrong with you. The Stoic separates personal worth from external timing. You may act with discipline and still wait. You may be qualified and still be overlooked. You may prepare well and still meet circumstances outside your control. The world does not always deliver results according to your preferred schedule. This can be frustrating, but frustration does not have to become self-rejection. Your character is shown by the quality of your effort, not by the speed at which recognition arrives. Many worthwhile things grow without immediate evidence. A new habit may feel useless before the results become visible. A relationship may need time before trust deepens. A skill may develop slowly through repetition that appears unimpressive from day to day. The mind prefers dramatic proof. Life often works through quiet accumulation. When progress is slow, you may be tempted to abandon the process simply because it has not rewarded you quickly enough. You confuse delayed evidence with absent growth, but roots often form before anything appears above the ground. Stoic patience is not passive waiting. It is continued right action without demanding constant emotional reward. You do the work because it is worth doing. You improve because improvement belongs to you. You remain prepared because opportunity may arrive without warning. You do not allow the absence of applause to become a reason for neglecting your duty. This kind of patience protects the mind from depending on visible progress every day. There will be periods when your effort feels hidden. No one notices. Nothing appears to change. You may wonder whether continuing makes sense. In those moments, return to the quality of the action. Is the work useful? Is the direction reasonable? Are you learning? Are you becoming more disciplined, skilled, honest, or capable? If the answer is yes, the delay has not made the effort meaningless. You may simply be in a season where the reward is not yet visible. The need to make delays personal often comes from an older fear. Perhaps you were ignored in the past. Maybe someone used silence to punish you. Perhaps affection was withdrawn whenever you disappointed someone. You learned that waiting usually meant something bad. Now, every delay touches that memory. A person takes longer to reply, and the body reacts as though abandonment has already begun. A decision is postponed, and the mind feels powerless in the same way it once did. The present moment becomes mixed with an older wound. This deserves compassion, but it also requires awareness. Not every silence is the silence that once hurt you. Not every delay is punishment. Not every person is using distance to control you. The past may explain your reaction, but it does not automatically confirm your interpretation. When the old fear rises, return to what is real now. No answer has arrived yet. That is all you know. Do not force the present to carry the meaning of every past disappointment. You can also ask whether an action is available. If the matter is important and enough time has passed, a respectful follow-up may be reasonable. You can ask for clarity. You can confirm whether the message was received. You can request a timeline. This is different from chasing reassurance. A clear follow-up seeks information. An anxious follow-up seeks immediate relief from uncertainty. Before reaching out again, ask what purpose the message serves. Are you providing something useful? Are you requesting a necessary answer? Or are you hoping the person will remove the painful story your mind has created? Sometimes you should send the message. Sometimes you should wait. Sometimes you should recognize that repeated silence is already giving you information. Wisdom lies in judging the situation without surrendering dignity. You do not need to beg someone to provide basic communication. You do not need to keep offering access to a person who repeatedly treats your time as unimportant. Patience does not mean accepting endless uncertainty from someone who refuses honesty. Stoicism values self-respect alongside restraint. You can wait calmly while a reasonable process unfolds. You can also step away when a pattern shows that waiting has become disrespect toward yourself. The important thing is that your decision comes from evidence, not panic. Delays can also happen inside your own life. You expected healing to happen faster. You thought you would be further ahead by now. You believed a habit would be easier to change. You assumed grief would have softened, confidence would have returned, or clarity would have arrived. Then time passes, and you begin judging yourself. You say you should be over it. You should be stronger. You should have made more progress. The delay becomes another reason to feel inadequate. But inner change does not follow a fixed calendar. Some wounds take longer because they touch deeper parts of you. Some habits were built over many years. Some fears are connected to experiences the mind is still learning to understand. Slow healing is still healing. A difficult week does not erase the work of previous months. A return of sadness does not mean you are back at the beginning. A moment of weakness does not prove that nothing has changed. Progress may be uneven without being false. The Stoic does not demand perfection from the process. The Stoic returns to practice. You may need to make the same wise choice many times before it becomes natural. You may need to release the same fear repeatedly. You may need to remind yourself again and again that someone else's timing does not determine your value. This repetition is not evidence of failure. It is how character is trained. The mind becomes lighter when it stops attaching identity to every delay. You no longer say, "This has not happened because I am unworthy." You say, "This has not happened yet, and I will judge it when more truth is available." The word "yet" leaves room without creating a promise. It does not guarantee that the desired outcome will come. It simply refuses to turn the current moment into a final verdict. Some delays will lead to good outcomes. Some will lead to disappointment. Some will redirect you towards something different. You cannot know which one you are facing while the story is still unfinished. What you can control is the way you wait. You can wait while neglecting your life, checking constantly and imagining the worst. Or you can wait while continuing to live. You can attend to your duties. You can speak with people who are present. You can work on what remains in your hands. You can allow one unanswered question to remain one part of the day rather than the center of your entire existence. This is not emotional distance. It is proportion. A delayed answer should not receive the full weight of your attention when the rest of your life is still asking to be lived. The future response will arrive when it arrives. Until then, the present still contains responsibilities, relationships, and moments that will never return. Do not sacrifice what is available for what is pending. You may also discover that delays can reveal your dependence on control. When everything moves quickly, you feel safe. When something slows down, you realize how much peace was tied to immediate confirmation. The delay exposes the part of you that struggles to trust yourself without outside proof. This can become an opportunity for Stoic practice. Instead of asking, "Why are they making me wait?" ask, "What is this waiting showing me about my own mind?" Perhaps it is showing you that you seek too much approval. Perhaps you have placed too much hope in one opportunity. Perhaps you have stopped caring for the rest of your life while waiting for one answer. Perhaps the delay is revealing where your inner stability still needs to grow. You do not have to be grateful for every delay. Some are inconvenient, unfair, or avoidable, but you can still use the waiting period to strengthen patience, judgment, and independence from immediate results. You can remember that your worth was present before the message was sent. It remains present before the decision is made. It will remain present after the answer arrives. An acceptance will not create your value. A rejection will not erase it. Another person's speed will not define it. The Stoic places value in character because character is not forced to wait for external confirmation. You can act with dignity now. You can remain honest now. You can manage your attention now. You can decide what treatment you will accept now. The outside world may be delayed. Your inner practice does not have to be. There is great peace in no longer reading every silence as a personal message. You stop creating rejection where only uncertainty exists. You stop treating slow progress as proof that your effort is useless. You stop demanding that life move quickly in order to assure you that you matter. Some things take time because they take time, not because you have been forgotten, not because you are being punished, not because everyone has decided against you. Sometimes a delay contains no secret judgment at all. It is only a delay. Let it remain that size until reality gives you a reason to call it something else. And once you stop making every delay mean something painful about you, another hidden burden begins to appear. The belief that you are only allowed to rest after you have pushed yourself beyond your limits. Some people do not stop when they are tired. They stop only when they can no longer continue. They work until their body aches, their thoughts become slow, and their patience disappears. Even then, rest does not feel peaceful. It feels guilty. The moment they sit down, the mind begins listing everything that remains unfinished. There is always one more task, one more message, one more person who needs something, one more reason why stopping now would be irresponsible. So rest becomes a reward that is always delayed. You tell yourself you will slow down when the work is complete. But work is rarely complete. There will always be something else that could be cleaned, improved, planned, solved, or prepared. If rest must wait until nothing remains, you will never truly receive it. The mind grows heavy because it is forced to prove that exhaustion is real before permission is granted. Ordinary tiredness does not seem important enough. You believe you must reach a breaking point before your need for recovery becomes valid. This belief can look like discipline, but discipline and self-neglect are not the same. The Stoics valued effort, duty, and endurance. They did not teach people to avoid every difficult task, but they also valued reason, and reason asks whether continued effort is still useful. There comes a point when working longer does not improve the result. Your attention weakens, your judgment becomes poor. Simple decisions feel complicated. You become irritated by small things. You make mistakes that create more work. At that point, continuing is not always strength. Sometimes it is pride refusing to respect human limits. You may have learned that rest must be earned because you were praised for being productive. Perhaps people noticed you most when you were helping, achieving, solving, or carrying responsibility. You learned that being useful made you valuable. Soon, stillness began to feel dangerous. When you were not doing something, you wondered who you were. When no one needed you, you felt unnecessary. When a day produced no visible achievement, you treated it as wasted. The mind began measuring your worth through output. This creates a painful relationship with rest, because rest produces nothing you can easily display. No one applauds you for sleeping enough. There is no award for sitting quietly before your thoughts become overwhelmed. Recovery is invisible, even though everything else depends on it. You may feel that rest is laziness, because both involve stopping. But the reason for stopping is different. Laziness avoids necessary effort. Rest restores your ability to make necessary effort. One runs from responsibility. The other prepares you to meet responsibility well. The Stoic question is not, am I moving? It is, am I acting wisely? Sometimes wisdom requires action. Sometimes wisdom requires stopping before exhaustion damages what you are trying to protect. A farmer does not accuse the field of laziness when it needs time before another harvest. A musician does not call silence useless because music requires pauses. Your body and mind also move through cycles of effort and recovery. Ignoring those cycles does not make you stronger. It makes your strength less dependable. Many people rest only after something forces them to stop. Their body becomes ill. Their emotions collapse, their concentration disappears. A small problem causes a reaction that surprises everyone around them. They say the breakdown came suddenly, but it often came after many quiet warnings were ignored. You may have noticed the signs. You were waking up tired. You could no longer enjoy things that once brought relief. You became impatient with people you care about. Your mind remained active even when your body was still. Yet you continued because stopping felt less acceptable than suffering. This is how exhaustion becomes an identity. You become known as the person who always pushes through. People praise your strength, so you feel pressure to maintain the image. You begin hiding the cost. They see what you complete. They do not see how empty you feel afterward. They admire your reliability. They do not know that you are slowly losing the ability to be present in your own life. A strong life should not require you to disappear inside your duties. Stoicism teaches that your responsibilities matter, but so does the condition of the person carrying them. You are not a tool that can be used endlessly without care. You are a human being whose judgment, patience, courage, and self-control are affected by physical and mental strain. Rest protects virtue because a rested mind is more capable of reason. Exhaustion makes you reactive. You may speak harshly when kindness was possible. You may choose the easiest solution rather than the wisest one. You may avoid an important problem because your mind has no energy left to face it. You may blame your character for what is partly a lack of recovery. This does not excuse harmful behavior. It reminds you to protect the conditions that support better behavior. Sleep, stillness, nourishment, and periods without demand are not separate from a disciplined life. They help make discipline possible, yet some forms of rest do not restore you. You stop working, but you continue filling the mind with noise. You scroll without purpose. You move from one video to another. You consume endless information because silence feels uncomfortable. The body is still, but the mind remains crowded. Then you return to your duties, feeling no clearer than before. True rest is not merely the absence of work. It is the reduction of demand. It gives the mind fewer things to process. It creates space where you are not performing, reacting, deciding, or absorbing everyone else's concerns. Sometimes rest means sleep. Sometimes it means sitting without a screen. Sometimes it means walking slowly without turning the walk into another goal. Sometimes it means spending time with someone who does not require you to prove anything. Sometimes it means doing one simple activity that returns your attention to the present. Rest does not always need to be productive in disguise. You do not have to turn every walk into exercise, every hobby into income, or every quiet hour into self-improvement. A moment can be valuable because it allows you to experience being alive without demanding a result. This may feel strange if you have spent years rushing. When you finally stop, uncomfortable thoughts may rise. Feelings hidden beneath busyness may become louder. You may discover that constant work was not only about responsibility, it was also a way to avoid yourself. As long as you remained busy, you did not have to face loneliness, grief, fear, or uncertainty. Exhaustion became easier than stillness because tiredness sent you to sleep before the deeper questions appeared. But avoiding the inner world does not create peace. It only postpones the meeting. Stoic stillness asks you to remain with yourself without immediately escaping. You do not need to solve everything that rises. You simply allow the mind to settle enough to see what it has been carrying. Perhaps you are sad. Perhaps you are angry about how much others expect from you. Perhaps you have accepted duties that no longer belong to you. Perhaps you are tired not only because you work hard, but because you work against your own values. Rest can reveal these truths because noise no longer covers them. This is another reason some people fear stopping. They may discover that their exhaustion is connected to a life that needs adjustment, not merely a longer night of sleep. No amount of rest can fully restore you if you repeatedly return to conditions that drain you without purpose. You may need more than recovery. You may need boundaries. You may need to reduce a commitment. You may need to ask for help. You may need to admit that the way you have been living is no longer reasonable. This can feel like failure, especially when others depend on the version of you who never stops. But refusing to destroy yourself is not abandonment. You can care for people without being endlessly available. You can work hard without offering every hour. You can fulfill your duties without treating every request as a duty. A clear boundary allows your effort to remain honest. When you say yes to everything, your yes slowly loses strength. You begin agreeing with your mouth while resisting with your whole body. Resentment grows because people continue receiving what you keep offering. Then you blame them for not noticing that you need rest. But others may not understand limits you never express. Stoic responsibility requires you to communicate what you can and cannot carry. You cannot always wait for someone to notice your exhaustion. You may need to say that you are unavailable. You may need to postpone a task, share responsibility, or reject an unreasonable demand. Some people will be disappointed. Their disappointment does not automatically mean your decision is wrong. You are not required to exhaust yourself in order to prove that you care. Love measured only through sacrifice eventually becomes bitterness. Service given without limits may begin as kindness and end as silent anger. The goal is not to stop giving. It is to give from a place that does not destroy the giver. You should also examine the voice that appears when you rest. It may call you lazy. It may remind you of people working harder. It may claim you are falling behind. Ask whose voice it is. Perhaps it belongs to a parent who believed worth came through struggle. Perhaps it belongs to a culture that praises exhaustion as ambition. Perhaps it comes from your own fear that slowing down will expose how uncertain you feel. You do not have to obey every voice you inherited. You can choose a wiser rule. Rest before you become useless to yourself. Pause before your frustration becomes cruelty. Sleep before your mind begins turning ordinary problems into disasters. Step away before resentment replaces care. This is not weakness. It is prevention. The mind becomes lighter when rest is placed inside the rhythm of life rather than saved for the end of collapse. You no longer wait until your body forces you to stop. You begin responding to smaller signs. You notice when concentration fades. You notice when simple tasks begin taking too much effort. You notice when your words become sharper. You notice when you are moving only from habit and guilt. Then you pause without putting yourself on trial. At first, guilt may remain. Rest may feel undeserved, even when it is needed. Do not take that feeling as proof that you are doing something wrong. It may simply mean you are breaking an old rule. Stay with the new practice. Let your mind learn that stopping does not cause the world to collapse. Let it see that some tasks can wait. Let it discover that your value remains when you are not producing. You are still worthy when you are quiet. You are still responsible when you recover. You are still disciplined when you respect a limit. A person who rests wisely does not care less about life. They are preparing to return to it with a clearer mind. There will always be days that require extra effort. Emergencies happen. Important work sometimes demands long hours. People you love may need more from you during difficult seasons. Stoicism does not ask you to avoid these moments. It asks you not to turn emergency effort into a permanent way of living. What is possible for a short season may become harmful when treated as normal. You can endure unusual pressure for a meaningful reason, but afterward recovery must also become part of the duty. Do not celebrate surviving a storm and then refuse to repair the damage it caused. Give yourself time to return. The mind was never designed to remain tense forever. Strength is not the ability to stay under pressure without end. It is the ability to respond to pressure and then release it when the moment has passed. You do not have to earn rest by becoming exhausted. You earn nothing by breaking yourself. Rest is not the prize offered after your usefulness is gone. It is part of the wisdom that allows your usefulness, health, and inner steadiness to continue. Let some work remain unfinished tonight. Let one message wait. Let one problem exist without demanding an immediate answer. The world will continue turning while you become still. And when you rise again, You may discover that rest did not take you away from your responsibilities. It returned you to them with more of yourself intact. And once you allow yourself to rest, before exhaustion takes everything from you, another truth becomes clear. You cannot protect your peace if every careless word, rude action, and small disturbance is allowed to claim your attention. Not everything that provokes you deserves a response. Someone speaks without respect. A stranger behaves selfishly. A relative makes another unnecessary remark. A person online writes something designed to create anger. Within seconds, your mind is pulled away from what mattered and placed inside a conflict you did not choose. The moment may be small, but the attention you give it can make it enormous. You replay the comment. You think about what you should say. You search for the perfect reply. You imagine proving the person wrong. Even after they are gone, the argument continues inside you. They may have disturbed 1 minute. You allow the disturbance to occupy the rest of the day. This is how provocation becomes expensive. It does not only take your patience, it takes your time, focus, sleep, and emotional strength. It follows you into other conversations. You become less present with people who did nothing wrong because your mind is still fighting someone who is no longer there. The Stoics understood that attention is part of life itself. Whatever receives your attention receives a portion of your limited days. When you give hours to an insult, you are giving the insult more of your life than the moment originally demanded. This does not mean disrespect should always be ignored. Some situations require correction. Some behavior must be challenged. Some boundaries must be stated clearly. Silence is not wise when another person is being harmed or when your responsibilities require you to speak. But many provocations are not requests for justice. They are invitations into disorder. A person may want to make you angry because anger gives them control over the conversation. They may want attention, conflict, or proof that they can disturb you. The moment you react without thought, they have chosen your emotional state for you. Your anger becomes their achievement. Stoicism teaches that no one should be able to enter your mind without your cooperation. Someone may offer an insult, but you decide whether to carry it. They may behave badly, but you decide whether their lack of discipline will remove yours. The first question is not, how do I answer them? It is, does this deserve an answer? That small pause can save you from hours of unnecessary suffering. Many people respond to provocation because silence feels like defeat. They believe that if they do not defend themselves immediately, the other person has won. They fear looking weak, frightened, or unable to speak. But strength is not measured by how quickly you react. Sometimes the strongest response is the one you refuse to give. A person who can be pulled into anger by any remark is not powerful. They are easily directed. Anyone who learns the right words can control their mood. True strength is the ability to remain guided by your values when someone else is trying to replace them with emotion. You may be capable of a harsh reply. That does not mean the reply is worthy of you. You may be able to embarrass the other person, expose their weakness, or remind them of something painful. Yet winning the exchange may still cost you the character you were trying to defend. The Stoic asks whether the response is useful, fair, and necessary. If it is not, silence may preserve more dignity than victory. Some provocations come from people who do not want understanding. They want reaction. They interrupt, twist your words, or make statements they know are unfair. You may try to explain yourself, but every explanation becomes material for another argument. The conversation continues because you keep treating it as a serious search for truth. But not every conversation is honest. Some people ask questions only to challenge your answers. They pretend to seek clarity while refusing every fact that does not support their position. Their goal is not resolution. Their goal is to keep you emotionally engaged. Recognizing this can save your attention. You are not required to remain in every conversation simply because someone continues speaking. You can say what is necessary once. You can refuse to repeat yourself. You can end the discussion when respect disappears. Walking away does not mean you lacked an answer. It may mean you understood that no answer would be received. There are also small provocations that have little lasting importance. A driver acts carelessly. Someone cuts in front of you. A worker speaks impatiently. A stranger gives you an unfriendly look. The mind may treat these moments as personal attacks. But most of the time, you know very little about the person's inner condition. They may be distracted, overwhelmed, immature, or simply behaving poorly out of habit. Their behavior may have nothing to do with you. Even when it does, you still decide how much of your life it receives. Will this matter tomorrow? Will responding improve anything? Does the situation require correction? Or does the ego simply want satisfaction? These questions reduce the size of the disturbance. The ego wants every disrespect to be answered because it believes your value must be defended publicly. But your dignity does not disappear because a careless person failed to recognize it. Gold does not become worthless because someone mistakes it for ordinary metal. Your character does not depend on another person's judgment. If someone calls you foolish, the words do not make you foolish. If the claim contains truth, examine it and improve. If it contains no truth, why allow it to control you? In both cases, anger is not required. This is one of the clearest Stoic practices. When criticized, separate the useful part from the noise. Perhaps the person has noticed something you should correct. Their tone may be unpleasant, but truth does not become false because it arrived badly. Take the lesson and leave the insult. If there is no useful truth, let the words remain with the speaker. You do not need to carry rubbish simply because someone placed it near you. Provocation also appears through constant exposure to news, arguments, public outrage, and online conflict. Every hour, there is another event designed to demand your emotion, another opinion to oppose, another person to condemn, another debate that feels urgent. You may believe that staying angry proves you care, but attention without useful action can become emotional exhaustion. There are problems that deserve awareness and responsible involvement. Yet consuming endless outrage does not automatically make you helpful. It may leave you anxious, bitter, and unable to serve the people directly around you. Ask whether the information changes what you can reasonably do. Can you help? Can you vote, speak responsibly, support someone, or take useful action? If so, act. If not, consider whether repeatedly feeding the anger serves any purpose. You are allowed to be informed without allowing every crisis to live inside your nervous system. The world contains more trouble than one mind can hold. Stoic wisdom requires proportion. Give serious matters serious attention. Give small matters small attention. Give useless provocations nothing at all. Without proportion, everything becomes equally disturbing. A rude comment and a real emergency receive the same emotional force. You arrive at important moments already drained because minor irritations consumed your strength. Guarding attention allows you to save your best energy for what truly matters: your family, your health, your work, your principles, the people who genuinely need your support, the responsibilities only you can fulfill. Every unnecessary conflict takes attention away from these things. Sometimes provocation comes from people close to you. They know your history, weaknesses, and sensitive places. A single sentence from them can awaken years of emotion. This can make restraint more difficult. You may feel that silence allows the pattern to continue. In such cases, A boundary may be necessary, but a boundary does not need to be delivered through rage. You can say, "I will not continue this conversation while I am being spoken to that way." You can leave the room. You can reduce contact. You can refuse to discuss certain subjects. The goal is not to punish the person. It is to decide what behavior will receive access to you. A calm consequence often teaches more than an emotional argument. When you argue, the person may focus on your tone and ignore their behavior. When you quietly remove your participation, the boundary becomes clear. You cannot control whether they respect it. You can control whether you maintain it. There may also be moments when your own mind creates provocation where none was intended. Someone forgets to greet you. A friend speaks briefly. A colleague disagrees with your idea. The ego interprets the moment as disrespect. Before reacting, ask what else may be true. Perhaps they are tired. Perhaps they are distracted. Perhaps disagreement is not rejection. Perhaps the matter is not about you. A mind looking for offense will always find evidence. Stoicism asks you to become slower in judging intention. Respond to what was actually done, not to every harmful motive fear can invent. This protects relationships from conflicts built on assumptions. You do not have to become emotionless. Provocation may still create anger, embarrassment, or frustration. The first reaction may rise before you can prevent it. Your power begins with what you do next. You can notice the heat in your body without speaking from it. You can allow the first wave to pass. You can delay your response until reason returns. A short pause may prevent a long regret. Take a breath. Lower your voice. Ask one clear question. Leave if necessary. You do not have to match the energy placed before you. Another person may shout while you remain calm. They may become insulting while you remain direct. They may lose control without taking yours with them. This is not surrender. It is inner independence. The purpose of Stoic restraint is not to appear superior. Pride can hide inside calmness too. You may remain silent outwardly while insulting the person in your thoughts. You may enjoy believing that you are wiser than everyone around you. That is still disturbance. True restraint does not need to feel above the other person. It recognizes that human beings often act badly through ignorance, fear, habit, or weak judgment. You can oppose the behavior without turning hatred into your own behavior. Their failure does not need to become yours. At the end of the day, consider which provocations received too much of you. Which remark continued long after it was spoken? Which stranger occupied an hour they never earned? Which argument took energy away from something more important? Do not use these questions to criticize yourself. Use them to reclaim tomorrow. The next provocation will come. Someone will speak carelessly. A plan will be interrupted. A person will misunderstand you. The world will not become perfectly respectful simply because you seek peace. Your practice is to become more selective. Ask whether the moment deserves your voice, your action, your boundary, or your silence. Then give it only what reason requires. Nothing more. Your attention is one of the most valuable things you possess. Once given, that portion of your life cannot be returned. Do not spend it proving yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Do not waste it fighting battles that change nothing. Do not hand it to every person who knows how to irritate you. Save it for what can be built, protected, understood, and loved. Peace grows when you stop responding to every knock at the door of your mind. Some things can remain outside. The mind becomes lighter the moment you stop carrying what was never yours to control. You do not have to change every person, solve every unfinished future, explain yourself to everyone, or treat every painful feeling as a command. You do not have to keep old wounds alive through repeated thoughts. Demand certainty before taking one honest step, or punish yourself forever for mistakes that can still teach you something. Your peace returns when you choose what deserves your attention and release what does not. When you accept the life that is here instead of fighting for the life that should have been. When you stop defending an identity you have already outgrown. When you rest before exhaustion, refuse useless conflict, and allow the past to remain where it belongs. This is the heart of Stoicism. You may not control everything that enters your life, but you can decide what receives a permanent home inside your mind. So tonight, put something down. A fear, a regret, a person's opinion, an unanswered question, a burden you have carried long enough. Then write this in the comments. Tonight, I choose peace. Let those words become a quiet promise to yourself and a reminder to someone else who may be struggling beneath a weight no one can see. And if this journey helped your mind feel even a little lighter, subscribe to the channel and join us for more Stoic wisdom to help you live with clarity, courage, and peace.